Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome. Thank you for being here. My name's Alan Cox. Let's see what we can do. Say hi to young Bill Squire. He's right over here. Big day for Bam Bam Bill Squire.
Creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora is live in Nashville, Tennessee.
What up?
And Poundcake is live on the other side of this building, back in Studio G.
I am, and I like the graphic on the live stream, by the way.
Yeah.
What's the graphic?
I used the ghost bag that our listener Leslie, our customer Leslie, made a little ghost bag.
Thanksgiving ghost bag.
So I was like, you know what? Let's switch things up.
He sees you when you're fapping.
That's right.
He knows
Gobble,
if you
gobble.
can't sleep.
Ghost bag ready to watch you gobble your turkey meat is what she wrote. Ghost bag got some cakes, boy. I will say that.
Yeah.
Thank you, by the way, to Hank's Giving.
Yeah, I
there
believe he's
in the video department.
From Scandinavia.
Was that what it is? Oh, all right. I
Scandinavian
couldn't
descent.
figure out the extraction there of skiving, but I like it. He gets mad when you call him Henry Skiving. So, anywho, if you'd like to join us today, we'd love to have you. It is our last live show of the week. We only have about a dozen live shows left, maybe a little over that before the end of our broadcast year. The very last day, very last live show is going to be Poundcake's final weigh-in. We're not weighing him in this week. We're not going to do an early one. I figured I'd spare him that. But he won't be weighed in this week. So that will give him 8 or 9 days to level out whatever happens over Thanksgiving, except you already had your Thanksgiving. Now that I say it out loud. You had yours this weekend, didn't you?
Yes, but we're having more.
You having like a Friendsgiving or?
No, it's not a Friendsgiving. So we had the one with our close family members. But my dad wasn't able to attend, and my brother wasn't able to attend. So now that my brother's out, we're having one on Friday.
Okay.
And my dad will be attending that one.
Gotcha.
Ugh.
Well,
he will be attending that one, yeah.
I guess you answered my next question, which is whether or not that's going to be a contentious affair or if everybody will kind of be able to enjoy, although...
That was a reflex. I'm really excited to see my father.
It was a reflex to go, ugh.
I do that with all my family.
Really? Well, they must love you. You think they do that about you?
Probably.
You think your mom goes, ugh, Cody's coming for Thanksgiving?
Probably. I would. I think it's funny.
Wow.
Like, oh, is your brother coming? Yep. Ugh.
God, Alan, don't you wish we could see our dads on Thanksgiving?
I'll tell you what, Mary and I would love to look at my dad and not even go, ugh, because why would I ever say that? This wonderful, wonderful human being that I don't get to see anymore. And, of course, Mary's dad's gone, too. So... this will be my first Thanksgiving without my dad. I think it's Mary's second.
Yeah. How you feeling about it?
I guess I'll find out. I don't think I'll know until the day of. I mean, we're going home tomorrow afternoon, and usually Thanksgiving Eve we all go over to my middle brother's house and we tip a few back, and the cousins all run off into another room and play and do whatever. So that's usually the Thanksgiving Eve thing. And then I was really, really intent on my mom not having to do anything for Thanksgiving. And so I'd been talking to my siblings for a while, like, hey, let's put this together. I'll do whatever I can do. I'll bring whatever. But my mom was dead set on cooking and doing the whole thing. And I think maybe that is going to make things feel more normal for her. So that's why she wants to do it. I don't think she wanted to completely take her hands off the wheel with respect to Thanksgiving. So,
well, I'm sad to announce that I also will not see my dad on Thanksgiving.
You won't?
No.
Why won't you see your dad?
It's fun, isn't it?
Why won't you see your dad on Thanksgiving?
Because he's going to Houston to my sister's.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, they're making the trip.
Yeah, they're driving down.
What?
Oh, to Houston.
You know, that might be the
yesterday?
smart move, though, because
But
with
they're stopping-
flights getting canceled and
I think they're driving down. Because they're taking stuff that my sister left up here, so like they're doing that for them.
oh,
Very
so they kind of
them.
have. Yeah, no, it's very nice.
Yeah, but
So they kind of have to. Where they got a big U-Haul trailer or something?
my dad has a big trailer that he owns, and anytime any of us move, we use that thing. So
Wow.
it just had a bunch of stuff sitting in it for a while.
Okay,
It
well,
comes in very handy. Like
I would say
we're
that
a
is very
good
handy.
family to know if you're moving.
right.
He's helped more people. Like I don't know, we moved a lot.
That's a
And
20-hour trip.
Yeah,
That's
in the
so
car.
far.
it's
Wow.
so far.
Now,
Plus
is there
stops.
any chance that if Mary's car craps out, they can swing through Tennessee and
no.
pick her up and take
I
her
got
to
it
Texas?
All fixed. The
Huh?
check
Oh, you
engine
did?
light is off. Yeah, I picked it up. It was $900. So
Wow,
God.
So
dude!
exactly what you made.
Oh.
Exactly what I made. It's not exactly. It was $825, and then like taxes and stuff. So
You're in the red for this trip.
That is
Oh
evil.
yeah.
That's
and then
evil.
my check was $900. So then it's like plus food and Ubers and everything I
You
needed
lost.
in the meantime.
I don't know when you're gonna figure it out, bro. Don't know
To
when you're gonna
stop
figure
doing
it out.
comedy? What do you mean?
No, to do these road gigs that pay you $900 and you end up spending all your money on other crap that pops
Well,
up and.
Yeah. Well, your car's not supposed to break down. So
Well,
But it
nadoy, but it does. I didn't think your car's not even that old.
So 2017, but I have like 113,000 miles, and the guy said they actually needed to change 4 spark plugs, and he said usually around 100,000 miles is when you need this kind of stuff done anyway, like tune-ups and change-outs and whatever. So he was like, it was bound to have it happen at some point.
And lucky for you, it happened in Jackson, Tennessee.
Yes, it happened when I was 9 hours from home.
Wow. I thought of something that's going to make you all, well, go along with me there. So I go back into the business center there to get myself a drink, and Poundcake's in there eating lunch. And I'm sure, so Cody's probably the only one who saw this, but there's a flyer taped to that glass door. And it's for the Resident Appreciation Holiday Party. Did you read that, Cody? Or did you?
I did see that, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, when is that?
It's the 16th of December. Now,
We're
they're
off.
not. By the way, they're not having it here. By the way, it's the management company of this building has like, hey, it's for the residents. They just want residents that live in their various buildings to get together. So anybody who lives here wants to go has got to go over to like, you know where Al's Deli is,
Yeah.
like 9th and whatever. You got to go over there. But I'm thinking, hey, we're residents now of this building. And iHeart's not having a Christmas party. Now, it's clearly intended for people who live in these buildings, but we are residents. There's nothing on here that says you have to live in the building.
What time does it start?
6 to 10 p.m.
Okay.
They're going to have food. They're going to have raffle. They're going to have drinks.
Go there, steal all their food, bring it for the backstage schmear for the
That's right.
Bill Squire's Christmas Kwanzaa.
That's right. But I love the flyer. It says, enjoy the company of your own neighbors from 668, as well as your neighbors from the residences at 1717, which is where it is. It's like up 9th Street. You think people here are going to know the people over there?
It's a mixer, Alan. That's the whole idea.
That's why we should go. We are residents of this building. And this company ain't having no Christmas get-together. We should all go over there.
Hey,
on
Gwen, I know it's your birthday.
Her birthday's the next day.
The next day.
Yeah,
All right.
we're already taking care of that. This is the 16th. This is that Friday.
Well, I got the
Her
Christmas
birthday's-
Kwanzaa, so I'm going to be a little more focused on that.
No, that's on that Friday?
That's
oh,
on
yeah,
Friday,
it is.
December 16th, yeah.
All right, well, then Cody and Mary and I will go.
Well, I was
Okay,
gonna-
I'm
Mary's
on
on
that
the
show with Bill.
And
All
I
right,
was
well,
gonna,
then Cody and I will go.
well, I was
Please
going to
do.
pop in.
Oh, well, then I'll go.
Or you could come to Christmas
You're in
Kwanzaa.
charge of stealing all the food and bringing it backstage at the Agora.
I'm not in charge of nothing.
Listen, I'm your
I'm
boss,
going
Alan.
over there. I want to meet my fellow residents from the residences here at 668 and make a few new friends from the residences at 1717.
What's more awkward, Alan, going to the funeral or going to this party?
the funeral for sure. It's way less
Because there's
this
a person
party's
in a
way
box?
Less personal. No,
Yeah.
because this party's like, hey, come meet your fellow residents. So this is for people. It's like you go into this expecting not to know anybody. You don't go to a funeral expecting to see a bunch of strangers.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm great with strangers. You throw me into a room, boy, I will orienteer my way right out of that.
Well,
thing.
then you go to that party.
I'm going to go over there because guaranteed, I mean, for the people who live in an apartment building, you don't even know your own neighbors in your building, right? So everyone's a stranger. Even if you all live, whether you live in this building or live in the other one, you don't know anybody.
It's awesome.
Listen, bring
Hey,
me
do
a
you want to
finger
come to
food.
the comedy show that we're doing, Thigora? Nah. Do you want to go hang out with some strangers from the building you work in? Hell yeah.
Hells yes. You know me. I'm always down to meet some new people. I'm Captain Fun. Anyway, that's going on. So, again, I'm sure they mean it for the people who live here. But, hey, I practically live here. I don't pay rent, but the company does. It's worth looking into.
The fact that we have a landlord is just real weird. Like we pay.
We
rent,
had a landlord at Oak Tree.
but that was like a corporate headquarters. Like it
Yeah, but they still paid. There was a lease on our office
but it's
space.
just weird because there's like regular people living here, and then it's just like, oh, all right, Jim.
Yeah, I don't think I think it's a different setup. I don't think Keith Hotchkiss writes a rent check every
All right,
month
here
to
you go, sir.
K&D.
You put it in a little drop box.
Yeah, that's right. Right by the mailboxes.
The Nashville studios that I'm in, they sold half of them. Like it was kind of a similar situation to
Half
what
the
we were doing in
space.
Oak Tree, half the space. But I guess I didn't realize that. So like yesterday during the show, I was like going into what was the kitchen area, and I like put my food in the fridge and was like filling up my water bottle and stuff.
Mary's making herself at home there in Nashville.
Well, I was looking around and I was like, damn, they renovated back here. Like, this is so nice. Not realizing that I was in a different company's kitchen. And so I didn't like, it didn't fully click with me until like, I'd say it was probably the 4 or 5 o'clock hour that I went to go back into the kitchen and all the doors were closed and locked. And I was like,
no.
oh, damn, they saw this random stranger in their fridge and they're like, yo, we got to cut this homeless person out of
Why is everybody calling me Nancy
kitchen.
from accounts payable all of a sudden? Hey, are you the new hire? Yes, I am the new hire.
Yeah, they were like, the guy who's set everything up here, he goes, yeah, we don't own that part of the building anymore. I was like, well, that makes sense why they shut and locked all the doors. So
Yeah.
I couldn't go in there
My
anymore.
sandwich is in there.
I did. I was like,
Oh,
am I
my
gonna get
lunch.
My fruit cup.
They're holding my pineapples hostage. All right, I got to take a break. You can text me 35192 for anything. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com, and you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and
Free iHeartRadio app is your holiday soundtrack no matter where you are. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Meanwhile, downtown.
The Alan Cox Show.
There's a risk of local transmission downtown.
On 100.7 WMMS.
It's a banger. They call it the Land Down Wonder, the Men at Work Metallica mashup. I don't have to explain that to you, but you know what? I like doing it. Why not? I'm a chatty guy. If you want to text 35192, by the way, Cavaliers, did they win?
Yes, they did.
The Cavaliers won last night. Very exciting. I don't think they're playing tonight. 114-102 over the Atlanta Hawks, who are a very good ball team, by the way.
Tomorrow against Portland.
Tomorrow against the Portland Trailblazers. Xavier McDaniel and or was he on the Sonics?
Sonics.
Ah, okay. Trailblazers. Scottie Pippen of the Portland Trailblazers.
Come on, you can't think of Clyde Drexler?
Clyde the Slide?
Yeah.
Was that his only team?
Not the Slide.
The Glide.
Yes.
I always call him that, don't I? Every time you mention Clyde Drexler, I always call him Clyde the Slide.
No, Clyde went to Houston and won a couple championships with Hakeem Olajuwon there.
All right.
Because those years when Jordan was out, it was back-to-back Rockets championships.
It was anyone's game back then.
Yeah, and it was him and I think Kenny Smith was on that team.
There you go.
Was Robert? I think Robert Horry was on that team. So that was a good team.
Once Jordan was out of the picture.
Yeah, and Hakeem Olajuwon is still one of the most, I think, underrated players. He was so good. He was so good.
Well, the Cavaliers, they are on a streak right now. You know, fortunes can change very quickly, but they're on, I think 3 wins constitutes a streak.
It's the beginning of one.
Yep. And so they'll play Portland tomorrow night. 7 o'clock is your Thanksgiving Eve tip-off. And then they'll be in Milwaukee on Friday to get bent over by the Bucks. But listen, it's I'll have Terry I don't know that. You're absolutely correct. I'll have Terry the Goat's Week 12 picks for you later on. She did pick the Browns game this week. That doesn't always happen. By the way, because the Browns are at home, the Cox Out pregame is Sunday. I keep forgetting because I'm going to be out of town until then. But I'll be back Sunday morning. We're doing the Cox Out at the Ivy, which is right down here at West 6 and Lakeside. So we only have a few of those left. And the next one is this Sunday morning when Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to be in town to play your Cleveland Browns, who, if you haven't been paying attention, they got the best tailgate in the National Football League. The team, meh. Or in the immortal words of Poundcake, ugh. But boy, the tailgate is spot on. I wonder if they'll be cooking any lab-grown meat there. They're making a big deal about the fact that the FDA has approved lab-grown meat. So this is going to be flooding the market there. They're going to open the market for this food that is more efficient. It's more environmentally friendly. I think anything that can bridge the gap between meat, as we eat it now, which is not really sustainable, and bugs. I'm happy for anything that happens. So, you know, there's this thing where people have in their head like lab-grown meat. It understandably makes people feel a little uncomfortable. But it's still meat derived from animal cells. It's just it's made in a lab. You know, they've got, they say the next big trend in the seafood industry is fishless fish. And you have to wonder how that makes fishermen feel. Take that, Lake Erie Walleye Championship cheaters. What, are you going to put your weights inside a test tube next time? So the FDA says that a company called Upside Foods is the first one out of the gate. They're going to take living cells from chickens and then grow them in a lab. Lab-grown meat. Because granted, like the Beyond Meat and those kind of companies, they've really plateaued. They're having a real hard time getting people to, because eating is very much a mental thing. And they're having a hard time getting people's heads around that. So these companies are going to be making lab-grown meat. Constitutes nothing less than a global food revolution. You know how this is a global live stream event every day here on the Alan Cox Show? We're talking about a global food revolution. And it's not even a controversial point anymore. It's not even a point of contention to say that the way that we grow and consume meat is unsustainable. So I don't know how they're going to label this. I don't know how any of this is going to work. But the United States is the first meaningful market that has approved this. There's a lot of other countries that are kind of taking a wait-and-see approach.
I wonder, so like Brian, my boyfriend's a vegetarian. I'm wondering if this goes through and it's like, you know, there's no health effects or anything like that, if vegetarians would eat this meat.
But it's still animal cells.
It is, but the whole point of not eating the meat is that the unsustainable farming and, you know, everything that goes into it, the water, the food, everything like that.
Yeah.
So it's like these chickens aren't harmed. They aren't farmed in an unhealthy way. You know, they aren't. This meat is untainted.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I mean, there are people, to your point, there are people who don't eat animals because of the unsustainability. There are other people who don't eat animals. Like my daughter's a vegetarian. My older daughter's a vegetarian because she just doesn't want to eat animals. And my 6-year-old has kind of, she's coming around to that notion too. She is becoming verbally increasingly uncomfortable with eating meat. And it's certainly nothing I've said. I'm a carnivore. I don't eat much meat. I can't go so far as to say I'm a vegetarian. I eat way more vegetables than meat, but I like meat.
Me too.
So I get it. He did it.
No, I was being serious.
Meat too? Is that what you meant?
I said me too.
So it'll take a while before, you know, our supermarkets are flooded with lab-grown meat. But, and I'm sure there's a learning curve there too. But think about that. I couldn't help but think of Poundcake too when I was reading about a company that made, you know, you hear about these people caught in these terrible situations, you know, somebody who goes hiking and they don't have enough supplies with them or they've gotten lost and they go, what the hell are we going to do? You know, they find people dead all the time. Usually because they run out of water. You know, you're going to go pretty fast if you run out of water. Run out of food, you know, you might have a little bit longer to go. But there's a company that has created an edible drone so that the wings are made of rice cakes.
What? What happens if it rains?
They can fly. Well, then it's going to fall out of the sky. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is more for like desert rescues where there might not be as much rainfall. But it's a drone that's got these big, wide wings that are edible. And so they fly it out. There's a company that's got a project called Robo Food, and they're trying to make edible robots. And it really is a brave new world, is it? I mean, when people say, you know, you have people who are very, very concerned about the state of the planet. You have other people who are less concerned because they figure that some brainiac is going to swoop in and solve everything. And little by little, that might happen. Who knows? But in the meantime, we're going to have robot food, lab-grown meat. Very exciting. So the edible drones can fly out and find you. And, you know, I don't know if at some point you'll just be able to order them. You could have a drone fly to your house, land on your step, and you just sit there and then eat it. Mary eats rice cakes all the time.
Why'd you say it like that?
Because you eat rice cakes all the time.
Rice cakes?
Well, no,
the
wings are made of rice cakes.
I know.
That's
but
my
you
point.
said it with like an attitude.
You did say it with
like
an attitude.
No, I didn't. No.
The tone.
Yes,
Mary
did.
eats in
It's
the
the
tone. Mary
I love
eats
rice
rice
cakes.
cakes all the time.
There you
and
go.
these are made of rice cakes. Therefore, the
What
analogy, what?
What flavor rice cakes?
All they say is it's about 300 calories. So really, you know, won't fill you up either. Made from rice cakes and gelatin.
You're trying to survive, not become a fatso.
That's right. How am I going to get out of Death Valley if I'm hauling my fat ass around? Tastes like a crunchy Rice Crisp cookie with a touch of raw gelatin. Like anybody can process what that means. You know how raw gelatin tastes? No, I do not at all. I don't know what you mean. That's what it tastes like. So they bound together a bunch of rice cakes, put a laser cutter on them, and then they put them on a drone. So you can fly this out. Now, how long are you, let's say you're the recipient of the rice cake rescue drone. How long are you going to last on that?
You just take a nibble every couple minutes.
I mean, this isn't the
hours.
first of its kind, but they seem to be getting a lot of attention for this. I remember reading about somebody that made a thing with chocolate on it. Like a drone carrying chocolate.
They made a thing with chocolate on it.
Chocolate on it, yeah, obviously. Are you
I can see how that ties into the rice cake drone.
They made a drone with chocolate on it, so you wouldn't go hungry. It's a brave new world. Guy got shot in the balls. Boy, this guy gets a lot of attention.
How do they even know who it was?
There is, he ran off. They can't find him. Polk County, Florida is in the middle. It's central Florida. But there's always something going down there because this sheriff who's been there for like 15 years, this guy Grady Judd, is always in the news. You always see him doing these weird press conferences. And, even if you don't recognize him by his face, you might recognize the name. Grady Judd is always in the news for something going down in Polk County, Florida, which is kind of in the middle of nowhere. If you know where Lakeland, Florida is, that's kind of the biggest town there. That's where the Grapefruit League does spring training, I think. They had a guy who showed up with a bunch of guns and a Molotov cocktail, and he shot him in the balls. They weren't taking any chances.
Look what he had in his hand, an AR-15. In addition to that, he had a handgun. 3 of our deputies began to shoot. We hit Luke 3 times, twice in the right leg, once in the left leg, and once in the groin. And we've changed the looks.
Wait, that's 4 times.
He's a cop, man. He's not
He can't even count. They can't even count how many times they shoot somebody? This isn't 40 times.
He hit Luke 3 times, twice in the right leg, once in the left leg, and once in the groin. And we've changed the looks of his groin forever.
Well, maybe what he means is
change the looks of his groin forever.
He
what
hit
a
him
weird.
He hit him 3 times, and the 4th shot took his balls clean off.
We got him 3 times, and who knows?
3 times.
Yeah.
Twice in the right leg, once in the left leg, and once in the groin. And we've changed the looks of his groin forever.
Well,
he says that with so much pride.
Yeah, I know. We changed before. You might have known this guy, and you walk right up to him and go, "I recognize those balls anywhere." But guess what? Mess with the bull, you get the horns. I'm rearranging Poundcake's balls as we speak. That's right. All the way through the walls. Yep, I got a clean shot. Jeremiah's off all week. Rover's out. Clean shot. Straight down to Studio G, homie. So I don't know how that Grady Judd has so many ne'er-do-wells out there in Polk County, but this guy's always talking about something. Man, I can't wait for this new show, Chrisley Knows Prison.
Oh, man, I'm mad. I'm mad about this. I used to love that show.
You know who flipped on him was his gay lover.
What is
traitor.
that? Who is that guy? Because I was looking for stories.
He's a real estate tycoon, and don't you dare
tycoon. He's a tax evader. That's how these guys make all their money.
He's a tax evader tycoon.
People are out to get him because they had a very successful show.
Yeah, that's
yes,
why.
the IRS.
People start digging into their finances.
That's who's out to get him.
This is in Nashville, Tennessee. Well, their son had a really bad crash. Their son's 16, and I guess he got into a really bad car crash a couple days before they got sentenced. Grayson Chrisley. But if you've ever seen this show, Chrisley Knows Best. It's a very clearly gay man who's married to this woman, and they have, I guess, a real estate business. I don't know what they do, but they're pretty camera ready, and so this show was on for a long time.
They were out of Atlanta originally, and then they moved.
But it became very, very clear that these people were doing something hinky to afford the lifestyle they were doing, and that's precisely what happened. And he and his wife got sentenced to a combined 19 years in prison. He got 12 years, and his wife got 7 years. Boy, we've gone from white-collar crime barely being prosecuted at all to Elizabeth Holmes getting over a decade, and now the Chrisleys getting federal prison for tax evasion.
But that's what I don't understand. Like, how whoever produces these shows, do they not dig into their background beforehand?
No. Why would they?
You know how many
They don't
channels
wanna find
they got to
something.
fill up with 24-hour entertainment?
Also, if
their
they live in
accountant.
Nashville,
Well, I'm saying if you're saying, Alan, if you knew that it was clearly something hinky going on there, like if they looked like they were doing something that they weren't supposed to do, why wouldn't other people catch on to that?
Because these are TV producers. They're not lawyers.
Okay.
They're like, hey, we want to follow you guys around with a camera. And they go, okay. And then something like this happens. Guess what? The show's immediately canceled, which is what happened. That's what happened with 19 Kids and Counting. They weren't doing deep. They weren't checking into the backgrounds of those people. And then the kid ends up being a pederast. And they're like, okay, show's over. On to the next abomination.
Well, then they created a spinoff of that show. It's like 19, but forget about some.
Yeah, but they're
it's 19.
We're only going to mention 18. Yeah, but they're all canceled now.
Yeah, the Chrisleys, they had a show because I have a crush on their one son, their older son. They all got like fake veneers. They all got those like horse teeth, like that look like they compete in like pageants.
Yeah, they look like the entire family looks like every pumpkin spice latte Instagram girl. It's a whole family of those people.
But I like the Chase. I think his name is Chase. He's like the older one, and they had a spinoff. So I was like watching theirs, and I'm sad. I don't want him to be upset.
Well, their accountant got 3 years in prison, but the Chrisleys got 19 years between the two of them.
I brought my really nice camera down here to record my set, so maybe I'll look up their address and go to their house like a TMZ reporter and have my camera ready.
Have your press pass.
Yes, I'll just like make it with a Post-it note, and I'll go laminate it at FedEx and be like, "Hey, Sir Chrisley, I heard you have a hot son," and he's like, "Oh, you don't want to talk about the tax evasion?" I'm like, "No. I'm here on behalf of my friend Poundcake. I don't know if you've ever heard of him."
Yeah, he doesn't want your son to be sad.
What's happen to your son? Yeah.
Yeah, they lived in Atlanta before they moved to Nashville 6 years ago.
Do you think that was for something to evade taxes, or?
I mean, the IRS is a federal organization, so I don't think moving to another state is going to. IRS can't get me in Nashville. Ha ha! Take that.
There's no love. There's no loyalty. The guy is not a ride or die. Clearly, he had a bad judgment about judgment of character because this dude turned him in and his wife.
Yeah, it was two gay dudes who were cheating on their respective wives with each other.
Well, maybe his wife had.
Oh wait, is that real? I thought
Yes.
you were joking.
No.
I thought you were joking when you said it was his gay lover.
No, he flipped on him.
I didn't know that.
He hit the FBI up and he goes, "Look into this." The Chrisleys swindled $36 million from Atlanta community banks by does this sound familiar? Inflating your net worth to get loans. And so they later filed for bankruptcy, which allowed them to erase 20. So it was all a shell game the whole time.
Wow.
The millions of dollars in taxes that they evaded, they were hiding millions of dollars in other accounts. And
whatever. He's going to a white-collar prison. Ain't nothing about to happen to him. He'll be fine. And he's not going to serve the whole 12 years anyways.
Well, look at that guy. No, you're right. He's not going to, but he better hope they put him in Club Fed. They put him in Lompoc or Rahway or something.
Is he going to go to
AdSeg? Who called him ice cream? He's going to be ice cream for psychos. What movie is that from? What'd you say?
Is he going to AdSeg?
He might be in Gen Pop. So I don't know. I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live. And you can listen on the iHeartRadio app, wherever you are.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
This is going to make me vomit.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses, waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, burp. 35192 to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch live. Thank you to Hank Skiving for helping out back there. Proud, would you say he's Finnish, Norwegian, something?
He's finished after today.
Oh.
One and done.
Yeah, one and done. Well, that's how we like to do all of them.
Yeah.
And, of course, you'll see, if you're watching the live stream there, you'll see Leslie's brand new ghost bag rendering. Ready to watch you gobble your turkey meat. So thanks for that. It makes me a little uncomfortable how cute she makes Ghost Bag look.
I think that's part of the charm.
That is part of the charm. Sure.
Ghost Bag is adorable.
There you go. Well, she certainly rendered him that way, you know. Who
The
knows?
little creep.
She was sending me sketches as she was going because Leslie and I are
Drafts.
friends. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like the amount of joy she gets from drawing Ghost Bag, like the amount of giggling she does while she does it is so adorable.
Well, you got to love your work.
Mm-hmm.
Cavaliers are off tonight. They did beat the Hawks last night, though. 114-102 was the final here at home. They got one more at home before they hit the road for a few. They'll play the Portland Trailblazers tomorrow night. 7 o'clock is the tip-off here on MMS. So 6:30 is when that pregame begins. For the remainder of the month, you can use the promo code PUMPKIN for 20% off at CLE Clothing Company, by the way. And they have everything from retro buzzard merch to get online and look, because it would be ridiculous for me to try to encapsulate everything they've got. But they got a lot, and you can take 20% off the top with the promo code PUMPKIN. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, I like to find out where people are. So let me know where you do that. Ziggy listens to us in San Antonio. Dennis is in Elk River, Minnesota. Caleb listens in Louisville, Kentucky. Kevin is out in Frederick, Colorado. And we have about 30 bureau chiefs in the great state of Arizona. We've got Claude in Surprise, Arizona, and Brandon in Glendale. Caitlin's in Prescott, Arizona. And they're running out of water. And this is not a new thing, obviously, but I was reading a thing that there are...
That's what deserts are known for.
It is, yes. That there are going to be hundreds of residents in Arizona who, by the end of the year, will not have water coming out of their faucets. Scottsdale, Arizona, is no longer going to allow trucking companies to haul water to a town called Rio Verde Foothills. It's a desert community. And there are a lot of people who, when that happens, are going to turn on their taps, and there's going to be nothing coming out.
Ugh.
So it's going to be really ugly, said a woman who lives there, and terrible for all of our homeowners. Some of us will borrow water from a friend's well, but others will have to pay a water hauler. Now, this might be the business to get into, the water hauler. You know, we talk about how the Great Lakes region might be the last, we might be the last ones standing in the wake of all this extreme weather. And the notion that people would come and try to drain our Great Lakes so that they can haul water to more arid parts of the country makes people a little upset. Guys, it does now. I'm just hauling water out to Rio Verde Foothills.
These dummies don't understand that they live in a desert.
Yeah, the old Sam Kinison bit. Of course, he was talking about Africa, but you could easily apply it now to what's going on over here. So imagine you just wake up one day, and it's like it's on the horizon. Like, you know it's coming. You don't just wake up. It's not like you're in Flint, Michigan, and you woke up one day and your water was either flammable or it would kill you or, something. It's dark brown. You just turn on the tap and nothing comes out. And again, maybe don't live in the foothills. I don't know. But it's outside Scottsdale. And Poundcake talks about this all the time. That's why he loves Scottsdale, because it's a very affluent community.
Mm-hmm.
Scottsdale ain't going to put up with that. All those rich people in Scottsdale, they're not going to turn on their taps and no water comes out. They're going to make sure they get theirs before anybody else gets theirs. You best believe. So there's about 2,200 homes in this town, and they don't have their own water system. So they either get their water from private wells, who served with my father in Vietnam.
Poundcake, how many is 2,200 in thousands?
2,200?
Boom. I'm trying to boost them up.
How many is it in thousands? I like that. That was pretty good.
2,200 in thousands.
Not tens.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many hundreds is 2,200 homes?
Well, it's 2,200.
You did it.
How many tens is it, though? Mary, that's for you.
220.
220
We're
tens.
killing it. Wow.
How do you say it, though?
220 tens.
Yeah, she did it.
2,200
tens.
2,200 rolls, like we use that term all the time, but no one ever says 220 tens.
Yeah.
Because it just sounds like there's 200 20 tens.
Mm-hmm. How many single homes is that, Poundcake?
200. Wait, 2,000 and... Wait. How many homes is what?
2,200 homes. How many is that in single homes?
2,200.
Stupid.
I just wanted to make sure that you were as good at math as I am.
I'm not.
How many fives is it?
Oh, God, I don't know.
44?
He's right. He does not know.
No, I said 440. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
445s?
No.
445s. Yeah. How many 22s? So Scottsdale has told the Rio Verde that their water supply is going to start being limited. And so one of these days they are going to turn on their taps and nothing will come out. People who live there say, we don't know how this issue could have dragged on so long without a resolution, as though they have no idea how things work in Arizona. But that's going to be happening very soon. So for our bureau chiefs who are out that way,
goodbye, Earth.
It was a good run. You might have seen photos, by the way, of barges on the Mississippi River that can't move because the Mississippi River is so low. They were talking about
how low is it?
It's so low that the barges can't move and get water to Rio Verde foothills in Arizona. The Port of Rosedale along the Mississippi River, down there before you hit the Gulf, there's just barges sitting there because the Mississippi River banks, the river's drying up. And, all around the world when this happens, the earth reveals itself to you. And so at the poles, there's going to be all kinds of pathogens that are probably going to come out of glaciers and things like that. Things that we have no idea how to deal with.
Definitely aliens.
Aliens will come out. I'm looking forward to that.
Definitely going to be
They will tell us how and when they made us in their own image.
Oh, I think it's going to be more like the Thing type aliens that's going to make reproductions of us and take over.
Yeah, I mean, I think we reflexively go to it's going to be terrible and awful. But what if great things come out? What if there's like a natural antibiotic that comes out of the earth? What if something super, super helpful comes out of the ice?
That'd be nice.
Alongside a giant killer alien. I mean, you take the rough with the smooth.
Yeah.
Like Brendan Fraser.
Just like Brendan Fraser. Oh, Encino Man.
Encino Man.
Yeah.
It was a stretch.
I got it.
Hey, as long as you're bringing up Brendan Fraser, I'm happy. I did a little Brendan Fraser movie weekend.
Are you going to go see The Whale?
Yes.
Yeah.
I am going to see that, even though I know
That looks
it's
like a real Kleenex.
It's going to destroy me.
Brendan Fraser made me realize I was gay.
Really? The Mummy Brendan Fraser or Encino Man or what?
George of the Jungle Brendan
George
Fraser.
of the Jungle.
George
Wasn't Leslie Mann the female lead in that?
Yeah,
Apatow's
she's
wife?
Jane.
Thomas Hayden Church was the villain.
Wow.
Yeah, the Mummy helped too.
But he was just cut in George of the Jungle. Like in the Mummy, he
got
he
shredded
doesn't
for
really
that
do
movie.
any like
He's not
shirtless scenes, but in George of the Jungle, it's ridiculous.
I was like,
He's only wearing that little
Loincloth.
loincloth.
He's all
Wait,
tan and his long hair.
what's that guy's name? Is Shooter McGavin?
No,
That's-
Thomas Hayden Church. That's
From Wings. He was Lloyd on Wings, or what was his
I
name?
thought he was the bad guy in George of the Jungle.
no. You're thinking of Christopher McDonald.
That's
Yeah,
Shooter
he
McGavin.
wasn't in that?
yeah.
No, he wasn't. If
Are
he
you
was, he might have been in it, but he wasn't the guy that was dating Leslie Mann. That's
Thomas Hayden Church was in George of the Jungle.
Yeah.
I remember Shooter McGavin in some movie where they're searching for a white ape because he's like that sounds like a drink. Like they're walking through the jungle. He's like
Yeah,
give me
that's
a black
Thomas Hayden
Russian and
Church
a
that
white
says
ape.
that.
That's him?
Yeah.
I thought that was wow.
We watch that movie all the time. I know that
Okay,
movie
so
pretty well.
all right. I don't know why I thought that was the other guy.
Brendan Fraser did an interview to promote The Whale with GQ, and they posted a video of him talking about all his iconic roles like George of the Jungle and
Nut Job.
Mummy. Nut Job did not make the list.
What about
Neither
Blast
did-
in the Past? I love that
I
movie.
love that. That's one of the ones I watched this weekend. He didn't talk about that one, but he talked about School Ties, and I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah, where he's the
movie.
Jewish kid.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that movie is really good.
Yep.
And it's got
Matt Damon.
and Chris O'Donnell and Ben Affleck's in it. Like it's a really good cast, and it's really like sadly just as important to watch today.
Yeah. Anti-Semitism.
Yeah, that's not going away.
But he was in that Bedazzled remake with Elizabeth Hurley.
That was
I
fantastic.
loved that movie.
Monkey Bone.
Yeah, he's got a great career, but then he went away.
Airheads?
But Airheads is one of my favorites. too.
Airheads.
Airheads rule.
Forgot about
Stupid.
Airheads.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there you go.
They didn't make you watch that
Chaz
in radio
Darby.
school?
Huh?
They didn't make you watch that in radio school?
Radio.
What's
I didn't go to
doing-
radio school.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know
No.
what you did.
What if that's it was required viewing for our yearly training.
Yeah,
where we
that's
gotta
right.
do the-
Yeah.
You guys have to watch Airheads.
Yeah.
Because it's such an accurate representation of radio. Even back then, it wasn't an accurate representation. Ian the Shark.
Yeah, you have to watch Airheads and Joe Dirt. to
Yeah, you got
study how
Joe
to do
Dirt,
radio.
Airheads, Talk Radio with Eric Bogosian, where he's in a studio the size of a football field. Very
This is
accurate.
How you interview janitors and don't let it get taken over by a band.
Yep.
Those are your only two goals in radio.
That's right.
The Joe Dirt one is something that can happen though, like where you just get some weirdo that comes in and all of a sudden you got a great couple of episodes.
Sure. Jeff Bridges in The Fisher King. That was another one. He's like in a penthouse studio doing his shit. Hey, everybody. Hey, I'm a shock jock.
Just the whole show Frasier.
Yeah.
Fraser was actually the most accurate not his income, I should say. No, he's a Seattle penthouse. But the station was by far the most accurate representation of radio, was Frasier.
Frasier over news radio?
Yeah. News radio. Yeah. Anywho.
But Phil Hartman's character from news radio might be the most accurate portrayal of someone in radio.
Well, he was a newsman. He was
Yes.
one of the anchors, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. What was his name on news radio?
I don't remember, but
He was Bill McNeil.
yeah.
Yeah.
He was very funny.
And of course, Joe Rogan. I don't think that guy ever did anything else. I
No,
don't
he
hear
kinda
much
went
about Joe
away.
Rogan.
The Fear Factor guy?
Oh, he did do
yeah,
Fear
he did
Factor.
do that too.
That's
Yeah,
right.
But I
That
think that was it.
That was all.
Anywho, but I mentioned the Mississippi River because, when these things revealed themselves, a guy found a jaw fragment from an ancient lion species that went extinct thousands of years ago. The American lion.
Whoa.
Lions obviously are not indigenous to this continent. They went extinct about 11 million years ago. And he found in the banks of the mighty Mississippi, found a jawbone from a lion. Because but back then, they were like way, way bigger. And so this lion was probably the size of I don't know.
Volkswagen GTI?
Volkswagen GTI, yeah. That's that's
Where would someone get one of those?
Maybe an Atlas, probably the size of a 2023 Atlas. That's why when I was out at Classic VW out there in Menor, I said, "Oh, can I get inside one of those giant steel lions?" And they looked at me quizzically because they had no idea what I was talking about. So anyway, no water in Arizona, and lion jaws are coming out of the earth too. So it's fun for them.
Goodbye, Earth.
Oh, and Kanye's back on Twitter. So I mean, it's all coming together. It's all making for a lot of fun. And,
but he's probably playing nice. He's probably learned his lesson.
I don't know what he's doing.
I don't either.
I just saw that he was
tweeted
back.
Shalom was his first tweet.
Huh.
Unless that was fake, but I'm pretty sure that I saw that on actual Twitter. Oh, I check in once a day just to see what the drama is. Yeah, and then I'm like,
because the last thing I seen he was gonna post, it was about Scooter, and I was like, what about Scooter? What does Scooter do? I want to know.
Well, I saw he told him to stop building that Malibu beach house because he needs to figure out his finances. Yeah. He's building another one of those concrete monstrosities. Looks like a
small.
It looks like it's all concrete, and he was building it on the beach, and then he lost the Adidas gig, and he's like, I need everybody to stop working on this house.
But let's not say that he's broke. Like he went from
Nobody's
being
saying
a billionaire to a 500 millionaire. Like.
That's losing 50% of your net worth. That's no small thing. No, nobody's suggesting he's broke. But when you spend money the way, like water, imagine, I always think of these super rich guys where there's a reversal of fortune or whatever, and you end up stopping construction on a massive house. So it's unlikely that somebody else is going to, I mean, I guess somebody could come along and scoop it up, but then you got to retrofit this concrete abomination. You know, other people are,
turn it into a paintball field.
Oh yeah, that's a great use of it. Of that $100
Malibu
million
beachfront property. Everybody come out to Malibu beachfront paintball, formerly Kanye's house.
Each session costs $75,000.
It's for rich kids. It's for Malibu rich kids. You want to come play paintball
across from the beach?
Yeah, on the beach. Screw it. Because paintball fields are already like that. They're like half broken houses and cars and stuff. So just take all of the rich people's stuff they can't afford anymore and turn it into a paintball field.
I always find it fascinating when you're in like I guess not necessarily a rich neighborhood, but like you look to the left and there's all like these beach homes like right on the lake, and then right across the street is just normal homes. I'm just like, how do you deal with that? Does that bring down the property value? Like,
it's like Bradnall.
Well, Bratnaw
across the street is like that Glenview neighborhood or whatever.
But no, that's it. Bratnaw itself is a neighborhood, and all the people in that neighborhood probably have like similar houses. But then Bratnaw itself, across the street from that, those are just all the homes kind of look alike, and they all cost the same.
That's kind of how it is on Lake in parts of Westlake and Bay.
That's what I'm talking about. Like you have like you have like $1 million homes, and then you get like a $125,000 home, which is nothing to scoff at. But
I was going to my friends in Akron the other day. He lives in Bath, and they have all those developments that are just these giant homes.
Huge homes.
And I know my friend does pretty well, but I was like driving through these developments, and I'm like, dude, how well are you doing? And then I get to the place he's staying, and it's just like
regular.
But I was for a second, I was like, maybe I'm not going to pay him for these shoes.
Maybe he's cheating on his taxes.
Hey, Randy.
Hello, Alan. You were talking about Airheads and talk radio and so forth, films that depicted working in radio, and you mentioned Fraser. Did you ever get to watch any reruns, or for that matter, first run of KRP in Cincinnati?
Yeah, of course. Johnny Fever.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was hoping you'd say that. I have the DVD set, and I'm about to show the infamous Thanksgiving episode to a friend of mine who's never seen it. And I was just wondering your thoughts on that show in general, and how accurate, or just any thoughts or remembrances of that great show.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was,
one of my favorites.
I think you're right. It was kind of, it was representative enough, like physically, of how, the studios were real small. And yeah, I mean, I like KRP. It was silly. I mean, I like that.
Yeah, because I don't know how much you knew about the background, but the show's creator, Hugh Wilson, worked on radio in Atlanta, and that was the original inspiration for the show. Like, based on things he experienced and stories he heard from friends and colleagues who worked on the radio. And it would just be interesting to, hear perspectives, like somebody like yourself who actually has worked in radio, because I've never worked in radio, but just a big fan of that show and long-time radio listener.
Yeah, I like the show. I mean, Tim Reed, the guy that played Venus Flytrap, his story, I think, is more interesting because he and a comedian named Tom Dreesen, Chicago comedian way back, they were the first interracial comedy duo. Tim and Tom were the first interracial comedy duo. And Dreesen kept doing stand-up, and Tim Reed became an actor, and he ended up being Venus Flytrap and the whole thing. But thank you, Randy.
It's Randy!
Take a break. If you want to text 35192, I will have those passes for you coming back for next summer when the Cleveland Orchestra is going to be performing a series of shows out at Blossom, accompanying some classic films. All of the passes for you to see them when Jurassic Park plays out there. So we'll do that right after the break. 35192 to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free
ass.
Now it is time to give stuff away. Alan Cox is giving stuff away.
All right, the Cleveland Orchestra has set their schedule for next summer out at Blossom. The entire 2023 Blossom Music Festival series, accompanying films like Jurassic Park, Lord of the Rings, Disney's Sound of Magic, those are all on sale. Make great Christmas gifts. ClevelandOrchestra.com for the tickets and details, whatever. I'll get you a 4-pack of tickets for the Cleveland Orchestra accompanying Jurassic Park. It is Friday, July 7th out at Blossom. So 4 passes here for caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Listening to the show doesn't make you a bad person. That thing in the foot locker at the end of your bed, that makes you a bad person.
MMS.
The Buzzard.
35192. Want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can leave us messages as well on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen to us from out of state, tell me where you do that. Mary is live today in Nashville.
Hello. Here I am.
How was last night? You performed last night?
Yeah, I was at Zany's last night. It was awesome. I'm there again tonight. The show tonight is sold out. And then I am driving from Nashville to Louisville, staying at my brother's house in Louisville, and then coming home tomorrow. So
For Thanksgiving.
Very excited. For Thanksgiving and for my birthday.
But isn't he coming for Thanksgiving or no?
Yeah, they already left, actually, so I'll be staying at their house.
You're staying at their house while they're gone on the road.
You know
to
what
come
you
to
have to do, right?
I know what I have to do.
Okay, good.
Leave licorice?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I already bought
Not
a
poop in all the
10-pound bag of-
drawers?
I'm not going to poop in the drawers.
That would be
no,
even
I'm gonna
better.
have Twizzlers all over his house. Although I don't want the pranks to continue because I feel like if I do that, then he's going to feel like he has to retaliate again.
Just never let him in your house again.
I don't know. But yeah.
Because also Brian will murder him if he puts
right.
Twizzlers all
For
over.
people who don't know, when my brother came and stayed with me after my father passed away, he hid Twizzlers all over my apartment and in all my things to the point where I was finding them like a year and a half later. And I'm staying at his house tonight by myself. So I am planning on doing the same thing.
Now, when you would find a piece of Twizzler, because these weren't full Twizzlers, I assume. These were like little chunks, right?
Yeah, he like cut them up into small pieces.
Now, when you would find one, did you eat them?
No, they were like rock hard. I'd find them like 8 months later.
But all you have to do is just suck on a Twizzler for a second, and it'll get soft.
Is that how it works?
I mean, do you want to be on the list for boogers, yes, Twizzlers, no?
Old Twizzlers. The boogers are new. Still soft.
Fresh boogers, yes. Old candy, get out of here with that. I don't want anything to do with that. All right, well, I could see that.
Yeah. So one more sold out show and then hitting the road and coming home.
Very excited. Have you run into Steve Byrne?
No, he has not been here. I don't know if he's here this week or if he's
probably on the
what he's
road.
doing. Yeah.
On the road, maybe back at home.
In Pittsburgh?
Mm-hmm.
I was talking with my family about what everybody's bringing for Thanksgiving, and I'm not going to have a lot of time because I'm not getting home till Wednesday afternoon. So I'm like, I won't have a ton of time to make something. So they were like, okay, you can make like a meat and cheese board and maybe like a veggie tray. That's easy. I was like, perfect. 33-year-old white woman, I can charcuterie the hell out of this. I'm very excited. But then I was like, oh, I'll go to the West Side Market and I'll get like the really nice meats and cheeses, or I'll stop at Grandpa's Cheese Barn on the way home and get some like exotic stuff. And then I text my family. I was like, all right, when you guys say meat and cheese board, do you mean like the good stuff? Should I spend $200 on this charcuterie? Or do you guys want like salami and cubed Colby Jack out of a bag? And everyone was like, salami and Colby Jack. I was like, you hillbillies. Like, I can't even
It's a good thing you asked.
I know, because I was like, I was about to make, and I probably still will get a couple of the fancy things that I like.
I was going to say, there's nothing wrong with upping their palates.
Or just, I'm going to make two. I'm going to make one that looks like a Lunchable, and then I'm going to make one that's actual, like, high quality.
Oh, one for you and then the hillbilly platter.
Yes. If you would like a slice of bologna and a Slim Jim, here you go.
little Slim Jim pieces on toothpicks.
Right, yeah.
That's exciting. Byrne's in Chicago this weekend. So he's
there you go.
At the Improv out there in the sticks. Yeah, well, that's nice, though, that you're going to go the extra mile there to make sure that they have a pleasant charcuterie experience.
Well, it just made me laugh because the more I thought about it, I'm like, there's this one cheese that I don't get but maybe once a year. It's from the West Side Market. It's like a 4-year cave-aged cheddar, and it's like $30 a pound, and it's literally the best cheese I've ever had in my entire life. And I'm like, I'm not about to spend $30 on a piece of cheese if you guys are going to be like, this isn't even like the pepper jack cubes that are in the Sargento. You know what I mean? Like, depending on what you're
that's
expecting.
the best stuff. Don't you just love
It
that
is
Sargento?
good,
It's so
but-
much better than anything else.
What?
It's not, though.
It's so much better.
Oh, he likes the mass-produced cheese, is what you're
That
saying.
mass-produced cheese, that nice soft cheese. I don't need that $30 cheese.
Huh. Well, listen, that's the beauty of cheese is that, it's everybody's got their own palate for it. My daughter was explaining to me the other morning that cheese has been around for thousands of years.
Did you go, I already knew that, idiot?
I said, tell me about mangroves again. Has anybody watched the interviews with this Richard Fierro? This is the veteran who took down the shooter
I
at
haven't
the Colorado
watched them, but
Springs.
I definitely saw that in.
It's heartbreaking. I mean, this
It's
dude,
sad.
he's a military vet who was got PTSD from, combat, U.S. Army veteran. And he's like, I just went into combat mode at this club. He was there. One of the people who was killed was his daughter's boyfriend. He was just there with his family because I don't know if it was a drag show or what it was, but whatever performance was going on included a longtime friend of his daughter's. So he's there with his wife and his daughter and her boyfriend, who I think they said was killed. Richard Fierro is a guy. He and his wife own a brewery in Colorado Springs called Atrevida. His wife is the head brewer. And he was making the rounds. He's like, we were there to support our family, not only our nuclear family, but our extended community family at this club. And so this is the guy who's getting a lot of attention, deservedly. He was on CNN last night.
Saw a lot of people, and this guy was there, and I saw the ACU pattern flag vest. And for me, that was like, there's a handle, I'm getting it. So I ran across the room, grabbed the handle, pulled him down, and then started to, actually, I think I went for his gun with him. His rifle flew in front of him, and the young man that tried to jump in there with me, we both either pulled him down or whatever, but he ended up at his head and right next to the AR. And then with the AR, I told him, push the AR, get the AR away from him. The kid pushed the AR. I don't know what his name was. And then I proceeded to take his other weapon, the pistol, and then just start hitting him where I could, but the armor's in the way. And I found a crease between his armor and his head, and I just started wailing away with his gun. And then I told the kid in front of me, kick him, keep kicking him. And I was guiding him. I was telling people, call 911, call 911. I brought him down. I was in mode. I was doing what I do downrange. I trained for this. I don't want to ever do this. I didn't even retire because I was done doing this stuff. It was too much, and it came in handy, and I got to protect my kid. I lost my kid's boyfriend. I tried to have everybody in there. I still feel bad that there's 5 people. There's 5 people that didn't come home. And this guy, I told him while I was hitting him, I said, I'm going to kill you, man, because you tried to kill my friends. My family was in there.
This dude, boy, never underestimate military training. It's a good thing that guy was in there. But you know what I was thinking, though?
That is so
it's awful.
heartbreaking.
What I was thinking was, and this is a dude who's there with his family, but imagine if that's how you were outed. Imagine if you were a gay vet and you kick ass or whatever, but you're not out to anybody. Imagine if you had been outed as the hero who stopped a shooting at an LGBTQ club. That would be wild.
You're
because
gonna get so much peen.
but everybody's paying attention to you, and you're like, yeah, I mean, I was. They're like, Pete, is that you?
I was there
Yeah, but-
making sure the water was working. The pipes were
I was just checking
installed
in.
properly.
I went in to ask for
Make
directions,
sure
and there was
they
a guy
had
with a gun.
all the proper wet wipes.
And I took him down. All the proper wet wipes. Well,
Hawthorne wipes.
I'll defer to your knowledge on what goes on in there. So he and his wife have a business. They sell merch. I hope he sells a lot of it. It's AtravitaBeerCo.com for people who want to check it out. But his wife, Jessica, is the master brewer. She's the first Latina master brewer in the state of Colorado. And the two of them have owned this brewery for a while. And he is one of the guys who stopped more people from getting killed. This guy, Richard Fierro, because he was at this club with his family. And his daughter's boyfriend was one of the people who didn't make it out.
If you were in this situation, any of you, do you think because they say, your fight or flight kicks in and you don't know how you would react until you're in it. But do you think you'd be one of the people who would just try to run, or do you think you would attack somebody?
I'd
or what
be
do
a
you think you
runner.
would do?
I'd be a runner. I'd be a runner.
I think I'd run. Well,
I think it depends on the.
It depends on if
where
I'm by
at.
myself
Yeah.
or if I'm with friends. If I was
Sure.
if I was
You wanna
by
impress
myself,
them, so yeah.
impress them. Hey guys, watch this.
Yeah.
I
check it
want to
out.
be. I also want to be with a group of friends who are also runners, so I don't have to this person's trying to be a hero. Like, no, like I'll grab you by your shirt. If you don't come on the third tug, I'm leaving you.
So to speak.
I tried.
Yeah. 3:35.
All right.
That's a good one.
So this guy, he's like, this is what I was trained to do.
I'd be a hero, by the way.
So those people are really, really lucky that Richard Fierro was there.
You'd be a hero, Bill?
Of course.
Have you been in a situation like that?
Yeah.
Not like
I
a
just don't
shooter
talk about it. That's
situation,
what
but like-
heroes do.
Oh, sorry.
Saved lots of people. I've told some stories. The phone I found.
No, that's not the same
It's
thing.
pretty much the same thing, Mary.
Returning a phone that you found is
Not all
saving
heroes.
lives.
Not all heroes.
Alan
wear
said he wouldn't do it.
capes. No, if I were by myself, I can't honestly tell you that I would run toward the guy with the gun.
Right. That's crazy.
If I were near people, I would try to help them get in the direction I was going.
I would try and help people whatever way I could, whether it's getting people out or tackling him. And it's all about the proximity too.
Your angle,
So,
yeah.
yeah,
Are
if
you
you
in front
ha-
of
if
him?
you
Are you
can-
behind him?
Yeah, if you can get behind him and tackle him, running right at a guy that's got a gun, I don't even think that's what happened here. But it's terrifying to think of just being in that situation. But I'd like to think that I would do whatever I could to help people.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always leave us messages there. It is 216-986-8903.
I'm listening to part of the show where you're talking about pho being noodles and broth, and it just shows how ignorant you are with food. Pho is a consommé, which is a clear broth that takes hours and hours and sometimes days to make. The French invented it, and with the invasion of Vietnam that they did, they married the two. It's the only positive thing that's ever come from colonization. So the fact that you're minimizing a labor of literal, slaves is just disgusting to me. You have no idea what you're talking about, and I just really wish you would stop doing that.
Well, you're living a charmed life if you get that pissed about pho, by the way.
She's like,
at first I thought it was a joke.
You.
I was going to say.
Something tells me pho isn't the problem here. First of all, the French didn't invent it, sweetheart. Pho, it's the national dish of Vietnam. It predates the colonizers by decades. So no, the French did not invent it. It's noodles and broth, just like I said. You took umbrage with that. That's what it is. The French started putting meat in it. You think the French invented broth? They did not. The French eat a lot of beef dishes. You go over there, everything's got beef in it. So yeah, when the French were in Vietnam, they were importing a lot of meat, and they threw the meat in, but they didn't invent pho. I used to live right around the corner long time ago. My first apartment when I was getting pistol whipped on the regular. Used to live around the corner from this Vietnamese restaurant. It was one of the oldest Vietnamese restaurants in Chicago. It's called Mekong. I don't even know if it's still there anymore. And I'm more of a hot pot man myself, not a big pho guy. But I remember one time getting into a conversation with the owner, and I just mentioned that I had studied French, and this guy flipped his lid. So no, the French did not invent pho. So I don't know what her concern is. But add that to the list of, there are a few groups of people that have no sense of humor. Cyclists, pit bull owners, and I guess some people who are really into pho.
Aficionados.
So yeah, when I call it noodles and broth, that's what it is. Mm-hmm. And again, it's good. I don't dislike it. It's tasty. But boy, people go deep on pho. Like that chick.
Meaningful.
Slave food. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. I thought it was a goof at first. So, whatever. Thank you for your call. I appreciate it. There's more where that came from, by the way. I want to hear more of that. Oh, speaking of drinking, Michael J. Fox is not doing well. I mean, he's had Parkinson's disease for a long, long time. And in the initial years of his diagnosis, you would still see him doing things. But the disease has rapidly kind of overtaken him. So when you see him now, it's increasingly difficult for him to speak. He doesn't stand all the way up and whatever. It's
real bad.
Yeah, it's taken its toll on him.
The fact that the last time he was in public, or I don't know if it was the last time, but when he was at some sort of convention and it was a reunion with him and Christopher Lloyd, and Christopher Lloyd looks like he's doing better than Michael J. Fox, really breaks your heart.
They gave him an honorary Oscar. They did the Governor's Award in L.A. on Saturday. And Woody Harrelson was there because they did a movie, speaking of Vietnam, they did a movie called Casualties of War back in the late 80s, which I think is an underrated movie. It's Michael J. Fox, Woody Harrelson, I forget who else was in it. I don't know if Sean Penn was in that or not, but and Woody was talking about their time in Thailand with Michael J. Fox.
They took the snake, tied it by its tail, wrung the blood out, half filled 4 glasses with cobra blood and half with Thai whiskey. Drinking the cobra blood is called becoming brother to the snake. Mike and I drank lots of things together, and he can hold his own, but Mike promptly vomited his snake cocktail. He never could hold his cobra blood. I thought one of the funniest jokes I ever said. I said, "Hey, Mikey, he likes it." Oh, yeah, well, they didn't get it laugh then, but it's gratifying now. Anyway.
Yeah, well, anyway. They can't all be home runs. But Michael J. Fox vomiting up cobra blood. It's fine for Charlie Sheen. I got a break. I'll have those Static X tickets for you later on. They postponed that tour last spring by about a year. And so next March, they'll get around the corner here at the House of Blues if you want to see them. I'll have week 12 of Terry the Goat's NFL picks. We'll do those early since we're gone the rest of the week. We'll get some hot celebrity goss. Mary demands it, no matter where she is. From Perez Bilton. Take care of that. If you want to text for anything, 35192.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
The general manager is Kim NG. How do you pronounce that? NG. Jeffrey, how do you think you pronounce that?
Pronounce what?
The last name NG. Kim is the first name, NG is the last name.
I see the spelling.
NG. The letter N and then the letter G.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Sometimes life throws you curves, and when it does, you may need a loan to lean on from a lender you can count on. For over 25 years, Advance America has been your community lender, offering personal loans up to $1,000 to better fit your life. With 5-star customer service and the money you need today, Advance America is here. Stop by an Advance America store near you or visit advanceamerica.net to get up to $1,000 today. Applying doesn't impact your FICO score, subject to approval.
Falls Motor City, the deal is for real.
It's the Black Friday sales event now at Falls. Purchase the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 below invoice. Plus, get 2.9% financing for 72 months. Plus, make no payments for 90 days. It's the biggest Ram sale of the year. So get to fallsmotorcity.com now to check out photos and up-to-date sale pricing on all new Rams in stock. In-stock units only, plus tax and title with approved credit. Includes all rebates and incentives. Sale ends 11/30.
For people in Cleveland looking to buy a home, Bank of America is right here. We're here for business owners thinking about their next move and for students looking to build their emergency savings. Whatever your goal.
Verizon home internet plan. Discounts may vary.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Mm. 35192, you want to send a text? AlanCoxShow.com. You want to watch live there. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do that if it's outside Ohio. Chad's a bureau chief in Hagerstown, Maryland. We've also got Doug, who's in Dundalk, Maryland. Jason's in Tallahassee, Alabama. Paul listens to us in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Mary's going to be in Ann Arbor. Do you have an Ann Arbor gig coming up? Don't you have an Ann Arbor
Sorry,
gig?
I just... Say it again?
Don't you have an Ann Arbor gig coming up?
I'm not in Ann Arbor until February.
Oh.
I will be there February 8th, 9th, and 10th. Or 9th, 10th,
So
and 11th,
coming
something
up.
like that.
Alan.
Not really.
What?
I'm sorry. I had a question about Michigan. Why is Detroit like the biggest, like way bigger than Cleveland as far as media? It's not that bigger of a city.
As far as media?
Mm-hmm. Like
I don't know. What do you mean?
Detroit's
Like the market size.
The market size is like they're like 14. We're like now almost 30.
Because they don't shift that much. Usually it has less to do with population and more to do with
Reach.
Yeah, reach.
I was gonna say the
number
metro,
of outlets. Yeah.
The metro of Detroit. I don't know why. I just looked up the media markets, the top 100, and like Detroit is like up there next to, I think like Miami. They both have like the same.
Well, Detroit's
metro
dropped.
population.
Well, Detroit's dropped too, though, over the years. Detroit, I don't even think it's a top 10 market anymore.
It's not. It's like 14, but still,
Right.
that's still pretty high.
Yeah, but it used to be like 7th or 8th. So it was, Yeah, Detroit is number 13. Yeah, you're right. Also, they're right across the river from Windsor.
Oh.
And so that counts. That's part of their.
Even though it's not U.S., it still counts.
Because it's what we call the ADI, whether it's radio or television. There's something called the ADI that you'll see on coverage maps, and that stands for the area of dominant influence. And so, yeah, they will include that.
Do they even
and
have
also,
a global live stream in Detroit?
Yeah, they have a global live stream, of course. Also, you have to, the big difference is that ADI is part of the metro area. So if you're talking about the population of the city itself, that might be what you're talking about. I mean, like the city of Cleveland, has the same number of people as Grand Rapids, Michigan, right? But media market-wise, you're talking about the entire metro area. Mm-hmm. And so the entire metro area of Detroit is like 4 times Cleveland. So that's why it's bigger. The Cleveland, media metro is about 2 million people. In Detroit, it's about 4.
That's crazy.
So not 4 times, but
It is crazy. No,
it's
4
so
times.
crazy.
You nailed it.
I mean, the top 3 are never going to budge, but beyond that, it can change a lot. Philly's dropped.
I was gonna say it was DC, then Philly, and then I think they swapped. Like they changed spots.
Number 4.
I thought Houston was up to 4 now.
Yeah, Houston blew up. Houston's 6, but I mean, Houston used to be like in the 20s. So yeah, there are some markets that really blew up, like Puerto Rico used to be barely on anybody's map, and it might be a top 10 market now.
Top 3 is what? Fort Wayne, Indiana, Youngstown, Ohio, and Wichita, Kansas?
Yes,
Honestly,
that's correct.
Ohio has a lot of
Ames, Iowa, I think was what you were missing.
Ohio has a lot of cities on the top 100 list. So, I mean,
They better. Top 100.
But
better shoot higher than top 100, homie.
I'm just saying there's a lot of states in there that only have like one major city, and that's all they have. Like, they're barely on the list.
Well, there's 50 states. Top 100 would be 2 from each state.
But a lot of them don't have 2 from each state. And some of them have like 4. Like Texas has, I think, probably 4. I mean, Texas has Austin, San Antonio, Houston.
Why were you looking this up, by the way?
Because I like to see the media markets.
Okay.
He's going
Why?
to apply for jobs in other markets.
Hey, are you applying for
Well, you
jobs in
should.
other
Yeah, you
markets?
should.
But
You can
yes,
do that.
I would like to see where I would go. I mean, I want to see what's if I would go
have you?
bigger than Cleveland or lower than Cleveland.
Have you?
Well, it's going to be smaller than Cleveland, my dear.
Thanks for calling me my dear. Yeah. Okay, I was just curious. I'd like
I mean,
to.
you're
see
not going to
those
go get a
things.
gig in San Francisco. I mean,
No, I don't
it's-
think that.
Okay.
Or I would be a guy on a show. I could. I mean, but it wouldn't be like.
Well, you have to
my-
apply for the job.
But you're a guy on a show now.
I understand that, but
You would want to move for your own thing.
yes, I would.
Yeah.
Well, if you got an opportunity to be a guy on a show that has a contract and is making,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
then
sure.
There's opportunity there.
Yep.
Yeah, that is the plan. I definitely wouldn't leave for another part-time job, or I wouldn't leave if I didn't have.
You wouldn't move across the country for a part-time job?
No, I have a part-time job here, and I'm struggling. I have a part-time job in Cleveland, the area where I grew up in, where I'm on the biggest show in the metro area, and I'm struggling. So I can't imagine if I would be in another state, far, far away, have a part-time job, and try and have another part-time job, a day job to pay for that.
Well, yeah,
part-time
no, you
job.
wouldn't. No, you wouldn't move to do
No.
that. But I mean,
But you'll be surprised. The areas that I have looked in, a lot of them they're like, oh yeah, part-time job, part-time. I'm like, what? Like, so
Well,
you're
that's
asking for local people to work there is what you're asking for.
well, yes, they're not looking to pay people.
Because no
I mean,
one's going to move, and let me ask for some. Oh, I need some. What do they call it? Relocation assistance. That would be someone would
Right.
laugh at me. So yes, I have been looking, but I haven't looked at any serious offers because some of the offers are like, eh.
Oh, so I see. Where do you see them? You look at the radio trades?
I look on our app because we have an app for this company, and then I look at All Access. That's I look at all those. And
this company has like openings on the website or something?
on our Workday.
I was going to say
really?
Workday has that. It's like an internal jobs feature where
Yeah.
there's listings
I look
for
at those.
jobs if you're already an iHeart employee.
I was going to
So
say
it would be as easy as transfer.
Yeah,
there
that
are
would
some-
be your whatever constitutes a faster track. It would be within the company.
Yeah, so I've looked at those, and those are exactly what I kind of ruled out. I'm like, okay, there's some in bigger markets, but I would be another guy on a show. There's no like jock positions, and if they are, they're part time. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll
Okay,
keep-
so now here's
Where are
my
they?
question.
Oh, they're all
go
over.
ahead.
I know. I don't know. I didn't look exactly where they were, but I know this is West Coast or East Coast because of the K or the W. And some of them are news, some of them are sports, some of them are Christian.
Sports. That's what we're trying to get you into.
Yes.
Well, here's my question,
Christian
Cody.
sports.
Mm-hmm.
Is being a part-time guy, but being like the second dude, it's just you and one other guy. That's still technically a promotion. But you're saying that you look at that as a step down from what you're doing now.
No, not necessarily a step down, but I am already doing that, and I'm struggling. As in, I already have a job to pay for a job, so I can't.
Yeah, but a number two chair would not be an hourly pay grade. That would be a salaried position on most shows.
Like,
Bill,
they might be
Bill
listed.
We pay Bill a salary.
But there wasn't. There was very few co-host positions. This wasn't a number 2 job. This was
Gotcha.
like you would be. A part-time board op and on-air I'm like, okay, so this is ///. This is not co-host.
Oh yeah, they're all looking for people to do 40 jobs now because there's just fewer. It's kind of a double-edged sword because on the one hand, there are so fewer people work. The circles get smaller and smaller, which theoretically would open up opportunities. I mean, these days there's just people walking around. They put a microphone in front of.
Yeah,
I mean, used to be like you had to submit a tape. Now there's just warm bodies, and they go, "Hey, want to talk and tell people what they're listening to?"
One of the positions I saw, it was.
But on the other side of the coin is they're not looking to pay anybody either.
Absolutely not. The one I looked at, it said PD, program director, board operation, on-air host, and I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna
PD and board op.
PD, board op, on-air host, and I'm like, okay, I'm sure that probably pays well, but I'm not equipped enough to do a PD. Like, I'm not.
Not with that attitude, you're not.
Bro, you could do it.
He could do a guy
Board
named
op.
PD. He just couldn't be a PD. You don't know.
And it was
But that's why you should be like talking to Rob and learning things so that if he wanted to do that, or, your friend Nick Jordan, he got a job as a PD.
Who?
Nick Jordan, he does comedy. He was at WZIP. I trained him. And
But now he's a PD down in Charlotte.
I was he was in Texas. He moved all over. Yeah, he did. He did. And he has family down there, and that's really great. He started out as a jock, and he worked his way up. So he came up differently than I did. But I'm sure if I wanted to learn it, I could. This particular position, it didn't tickle my fancy. It was a PD, a program director. And it was in Idaho. It was in Idaho Falls, Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like,
that place is actually the best.
But you know what, though? I mean, and maybe this is how I would look at it. Idaho Falls, Idaho is probably a place where you can learn the ranks and fail anonymously. So if it doesn't go well, it's not like you're in a top 10 market. You're in a small market, and they might be more forgiving of you learning a position.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm way off on that.
No,
I've only been in radio for 2 years, 3 years.
I don't know about forgiving. I'm sure they expect you to be a professional. If you're taking a professional position like that, they don't want you to go there and screw things up.
No, but
you're not going to screw things up, but
the stakes are
like
much lower.
A lower pressure situation.
Sure.
It's like when I headline a gig in Jackson, Tennessee, it's not the same as if I were to headline a major club in Chicago or New York,
Right.
The owner's not sitting there fingering his wife's friend or anything.
Right. And laughing at horse peeing jokes, but not letting you say goddamn.
Boy.
Yeah, I need a position with like benefits and like
Yeah, you're not going to get it.
That's what
I think your road ends here, my friend.
Well, Jesus. Good to know.
But I mean, to Alan's point, Cody, if you feel like you're not qualified to be in some of these positions, what makes you think that you would be qualified for a position with benefits?
I'm not being qualified to be a program director is very different than being qualified to be an on-air host or a board op.
No, but everybody's wearing multiple hats now.
Okay, well, I guess I'm just not ready yet then, but I don't think I would be.
When do you think you'll be ready?
What are you doing to get ready?
To be a board op?
First of all, your mother's never going to let you leave.
I mean,
and you
she won't have a choice eventually. And
you're going to wait for your mom to die.
No, I'm saying she won't have a choice.
Why does she have a choice now?
I'm saying
you have no interest in leaving your mom. She absolutely does not want you to leave.
She absolutely does not want me to leave.
You're in the wrong line of work for that kind of family dynamic, is what I'm saying.
Sure, but that's something that I have to grow out of, and I'm attempting to, but I also
Any day, homie.
Well, it's not going to be tomorrow.
You're 30.
Yes, I'm aware.
So,
Alan, what were you doing at 30?
Huh?
What were you doing at 30?
I was on the air in Pittsburgh.
And you had kids and a family and like...
I had a kid.
Yeah, a kid.
No, I'm not saying. Listen, I'm not saying he's got to be. You can't compare somebody else's journey or whatever. I'm just saying that time's ticking.
I understand
it's ticking away.
But I just don't understand how you do that all. I don't understand how you can like.
It's a risk.
But it's not just.
All
about
I'm saying
risk.
is the longer anybody waits to do anything in this business, the more you're behind the 8 ball.
I get that, but I don't understand how you can pay your bills. You got to have a car, or you have to have a reliable car to get around to all these different jobs. You have to be able to pay your bills. You have to have a job in order to do that. And if you are moving from place to place, it doesn't seem stable. I don't understand.
I mean, your car's more reliable than mine was when I moved from Chicago to Kalamazoo, Michigan. I broke down on the side of the road as I was moving there.
Okay.
Now,
and being unstable.
Everyone's story is different. I'm just saying, like, people who wait until all the stars align, never going to happen. Nothing's going to happen.
I think it's more a matter of you don't want to be uncomfortable, Cody. You're very comfortable in Ohio, and a lot of people don't want to be uncomfortable. It's a very comfortable position to be in. You know everybody here. Your rent is super cheap. You got a great gig, but leaving that is uncomfortable, and you would have to live on very little, and it would be scary. And how am I supposed to pay my bills? Well, I mean, that might be what lights the fire under your ass is that you're like, now I have to work. I have to make it happen because I'm 4 states away from home. I'm, living paycheck to paycheck. That might be what motivates you to get to that next level. Or maybe not. I mean, you never know. So I know that works for some people. Being broke and not wanting to be broke anymore is the biggest motivator. Or, comfortability is a very hard thing to leave. I understand that.
Also, your podcast is whatever you make it. Your podcast is it's a blank slate every time. Mm-hmm. It's clay. You can mold it into whatever you want. You could be shooting that to other people in the company.
The guy, AJ, on my podcast got an audition as a co-host on a podcast or on a radio show, a morning show in Columbus from my podcast.
I understand, but why would I use my podcast when I have way more experience on this show? Right?
Yeah, but your podcast is your thing. You wouldn't send a radio station a tape of you reacting to me.
No, I wouldn't.
So your thing is the Poundcake podcast.
I understand that, but like if they also look at a resume, they're like, okay, anyone can do a podcast.
They're not looking at a resume.
But you've been in radio for 7 years. I would think they would look at it.
But if any radio station is looking to hire somebody, they know in 10 seconds if they like what that person sounds like.
Right.
Okay.
And so if you're sending them clips from your podcast, which is, a good representation of what you do, they'll know whether or not they can make something of you.
Okay.
But you got to put yourself out there a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean that's something I have to work on because everything that I had in my mind is completely shifted, and especially in the past few years, I always thought at a certain point I would move to a different state, get a not necessarily a talk show, but like a jock job, and
But what did you think? How did you think that was going to transpire?
It would be offered to you, is what you're saying?
No. I figured I would get to a point where I would feel that I was ready to do that.
Oh, and you thought you would feel ready, and you don't feel ready.
Well, not mentally and financially, and I just never...
Well, you're never financially ready.
Well, then, yeah, that's what I thought. And literally, moving, I don't even have enough money to, move my stuff and then put a down payment on a place and go somewhere.
You got too much stuff.
I don't have anything. I have a room.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you can sell everything and move. Idaho Falls, baby.
Woohoo!
Well, then,
work your way up to Tulsa.
PDPC.
Well, then, yeah, I thought wrong.
Well, no, I listen, you got to do your own thing.
Honestly, the fact that you're looking up the jobs in Workday, I feel
But
like that's more than you've done before.
No, it's not. I've always done that. I've done that.
Oh, I was trying to tell you about.
She's like, no, you're doing something.
She was
He's like,
trying
no,
to help
I'm not.
you.
I always look for the jobs. I never, ever try and get them.
They never call me. Mm-hmm. They never think to
they
call me.
They didn't even know that I was looking at them. I looked at the job, and then they didn't even offer it to me.
Where's all this facial recognition technology I keep hearing so much about? Didn't they see I logged in to the job openings? You got to do you, homie. I'm just saying, all things being equal, your mom doesn't want you going anywhere.
It's not about my mom. Yes, I am a mama's boy, but it mainly comes down to I don't like the idea of the fact that maybe my dreams have changed and being more realistic. Because again, I thought I was going to have my own show by the time I was 30. And
you do. It's a Poundcake podcast.
Yeah, it's a Poundcake podcast.
You know what, Cody, though? Reevaluating what you do want and what is more realistic is a very strong thing. From personal experience, I never wanted to be the guy who stayed in Cleveland, ever. I didn't want to be that person. I was like, New York, New York, New York, comedy, New York, New York. And then things happened differently here where I did get offered this position. My lease was up June of 2020. I had a place lined up in New York. I had money lined up. And then this position came up December of 2019. And I was like, no, I can't do that. I don't want to be that guy. I want to go to New York, blah, blah, blah. And then I had to take time to reevaluate what I thought was the best choice and what the best course of action was for where I was at. And, obviously I took the job because I'm like, I'd be stupid not to. This is like a dream job. And I mean, for me, it worked out because 2 months later, the whole world shut down. But taking that, I took about a month to really reevaluate what I thought was the best course of action now, as opposed to when I started comedy 8 years before that. I think that's a really good thing to do, is just be honest with yourself. What do I want? Is it accomplishable? And if it is, how do I get it?
Yeah, that's something I can look into. But literally, that's literally been my mindset these past couple months. I think since 30 has hit me, I've kind of been like reevaluating what I was, because I feel like I'm a very different person from when I started in this business, and now I'm like, what am I doing? It's not like a midlife crisis, but like, where am I? I feel like I am living in a repeat rather than progressing.
Sure. What are my goals and how do I get them?
Well, I think that we've learned a lot about each other. And on that note, I'm going to take a break. Idaho Falls, your boy is coming. You better get ready. It's going to happen. Where is Idaho Falls? What is the closest metro area to that? Coeur d'Alene?
Nothing.
Oh.
There is nothing near Idaho Falls except Idaho Falls.
Mike from Parma says Poundcake's in the corner searching seductively. All right, listen, I got a break. I will have those Static X tickets for you on the way back. Last spring, they decided to postpone the Rise of the Machine tour by about a year. So I think we get them maybe a year to the day. March 26th is when they'll get to the House of Blues. So if you want to see them, I'll hook you up after the break. 35192 if you want to text for anything, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show
On our free iHeartRadio
Traffic.
From the Elk Traffic Center, if you were in
soundtrack no matter where you are. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Give stuff away, time to give stuff away, time to give stuff away, give stuff away.
All right, you want a couple of tickets to see Static X. They were set to go out on the Rise of the Machine tour last year, and they kicked the can down the road about 12 months. So now it's the 2023 tour. Conflicting reports on who's going out with them. I think Powerman 5000's out there with them. Mushroomhead maybe will do the Cleveland. I don't know. Sunday, March 26th at the House of Blues is when it goes down. Tickets are on sale at livenation.com. 2 tickets here for you. I'll see you there. Static X in March. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Anything can be used as a sex toy if you're brave enough. The Alan Cox Show on WMMS.
We'll be digging deeper into some holiday giveaways next week. I will have Cavs tickets for you. When the Oklahoma City Thunder are in town, I'll have more Magic of Lights passes to give to you. And I'll have tickets for Castle Noel out in Medina. My mother-in-law just took my daughter to that. They had a hell of a time. Great time. It's America's largest year-round indoor Christmas entertainment attraction out there in Medina. I had never even heard of Castle Noel.
Really?
Until they went and they came back, and they could not have been more effusive about their time out there. So I'll have some tickets for you next week. No, I've never heard of Castle Noel.
So they're always on the top 10 list of Christmas-themed putt-putt golf places in the Medina Gazette. So,
well, if the Medina
I don't know
Gazette...
how that one got by you.
Yeah, if the Medina Gazette can't... Well, my subscription expired. That's on me.
That is on you.
Yeah. So I'll have those for you next week. We'll get to some hot celebrity goss shortly. From Perez Bilton. I'll get Terry the Goat's Week 12 picks here for you shortly. Did you see somebody drove onto the field at First Energy Stadium and did donuts?
No. Ooh.
They're trying to figure out who did it. The cleanup crews are...
Baker Mayfield back in town? He still got keys to the place?
I don't know about that. Yeah, the tire treads wind out from the 20-yard line. Somebody was out there making spirals. So they said that it's... that the damage is superficial. So they got repairs being made, and it shouldn't impact Sunday's game against Tom Brady and the Buccaneers. I'll be set up down at the Ivy, by the way. We do the Cox Out pre-games a couple hours before all the home games. We get a trip to the Bahamas we're giving away, courtesy of Bud Light. So Sunday morning, we get going around 10:30. If you've never been down to the Ivy before, ooh, is it fun? It's so
I want to go, Alan, but I'm afraid it's going to cost so much money to get in.
You'd think so, but it is absolutely free to get in there. What? It doesn't cost you one thin gilder to get in there.
How much is a gilder?
.0.
It doesn't matter because it's free.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't cost anything.
Still want to know how much a gilder is.
Well, it's It's $1. Listen, I don't know. But the Cox Out pregame Sunday morning at the Ivy, West 6 and Lakeside, with yours truly. Browns at home, having a difficult time, by the way. But we're also on the precipice of having Deshaun Watson start up with the team. So irrespective of how you feel about that situation, it'll be interesting to see if the Browns' fortunes change with any regularity.
I mean, he's a huge upgrade, but there's still a lot of other problems with the Browns. I mean, but if he can score points, they're going to be in every game.
Is Mary okay?
I am so sorry. I thought I hit the off button on my mic. I had like...
She missed lunch, so she's trying to cook some boogers out.
No, I thought that I hit the off button on my mic because I felt I don't know what was just in the back of my throat, and I'm like, I am in
427.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
She's like,
I'm so sorry. You know what's so funny? I remember the last time that I was connected and I didn't mute myself on the live stream and people were complaining about it. So I muted myself on the live stream just now when I had that thing stuck in my throat.
Open mouth.
But that was a different setup. So now you're not coming over the live stream except for on this. Because my computer's not connected to any audio. It's just,
I really,
just a video.
truly, I must have hit like just below the button.
No, I assumed you were making noises of somebody who didn't realize they were being heard. So
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I just thought it was funny.
Hilarious.
I thought that you were something had happened.
Shame.
It's okay. Hey, little Herb.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you, sir?
Good. What's going on, Herb?
Now, well, I've finally seen the video. I'm the big guy in the video.
In what video? In the fight video?
Yeah, yes, I was assaulted by that guy. He was under the influence of drugs.
Why are you Herb? You're like 8 feet tall. I assume little Herb is a.
Well, I'm afraid to hurt anybody because I'm a gentle giant. I'm very well known in this town all my life.
All right, so for people who haven't seen the video, about a week or so ago, Herb is walking. What were you carrying in your hand?
I was carrying a case of beer, and he kept on circling me.
He was carrying a case of. Little Herb was carrying a case of Labatt Blue at about 10 in the morning. Where had you purchased that, Herb?
I purchased it the night before.
Yeah.
At a gas station, and I live downtown, and I've been assaulted so many times and jumped so many times in this city since I moved down here 3 years ago, but I'm born and raised in this town all my life.
Okay, let me kind of diagram this a little bit here. So you live downtown because there were a lot of people speculating that you were homeless. I'm like, that does not look like a homeless guy to me. That looks like, and I've seen you walk by the studio window on a couple of occasions. Times. Yeah, so I'm like, clearly this is a guy who, you didn't look disheveled. Yeah. I mean, he was wearing sweatpants, and you know how I feel about that, Bill. But
I was wearing jeans, but the young man, he must have been under the influence of something. The way he came at me, it looked like he was on PCP, and this has been happening. There's so much crime in this city. And
but Herb, first of all, Herb, you're a huge guy. Yeah. Second of all, there are all kinds of people in Cleveland making their way from dusk till dawn and not getting repeatedly assaulted. So how did that what I saw transpire in front of my window here, you were behind him. He wasn't walking behind you and calling you names. You were walking behind him. It looked like you were yelling at him.
Well, the first thing is this, Alan. You didn't see what I see everything in this city. I know every nook and cranny in this city.
Well, I'm not talking about the nooks and crannies. I'm talking about what happened in front of 668 Euclid.
Alan.
Yeah.
Would you have to... He circled me about 4 times. And this time he was waiting for me to walk up, and that's when he came out of the way and he came towards me. That's when he.
So you didn't know the guy because the guy was swinging.
Absolutely not.
Okay, but the guy was swinging, and obviously I don't have context because I'm on the other side of the glass here. But the guy was swinging like a guy who had had enough, not like a guy who was. Why would he turn around and walk back to assault you.
Let me tell you something, Al. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of activity going on in this city, and ever since I moved in here, I've been jumped on multiple occasions because there's a large crime syndicate in the town. And I'm not kidding you.
And this guy was part of it?
Herb, why are you the magnet for all this violence, Herb?
Because they don't, well, the thing that, not all this violence, about what just happened there, they don't like me in the city because I don't know why. I'm a regulator, I guess.
Herb, where do you live down here?
All my life. I've lived in Cleveland all my life.
Where do you live down here?
By the Luckman.
By the what?
I live by the Reserve Square, by 12th and Chester.
Okay. And so you were 12th and Chester, and you're over here at Euclid and 9th with a case of beer you bought the night before?
Well, listen to me. I got up in the morning. I just flew into town, and I was heading over to Public Square to have the remainder of the beers and go to the casino.
Where did you fly in from?
Well, we'll leave that alone. But what I'm speaking my mind is, I see you got 68,000. You got 68,000 views on something, and I want to let the story be known is there's a lot of activity going on. Casanova Mike got shot down at Public Square during a dice game.
Yeah, Herb, I see people. Herb, look, I see people all the time downtown not getting assaulted.
Right.
So something tells me that maybe, so you're saying that you weren't yelling at that guy. You're saying that he turned, because he was in front of you, he turned around to assault you?
No, he came out of a doorway. Again, he circled me 3 or 4 times as I'm walking down Euclid.
Why was that tiny guy, Herb, you're huge. Why was that tiny guy going to circle a big dude like you? Because that video, he took you down.
No, absolutely not. I grabbed I tried to block his punches, and I didn't want to punch him because when I punch someone, I knock him out. And I didn't want to hurt anybody. I don't like hurting anybody.
Whose blood was it on the hood? Whose blood was on the hood of that Jetta when all was said and done?
My hand, there was a slice in my hand. I don't know if he had a knife or a blade or what.
Well, you probably cut it when you fell on the ground. So you're saying that you just end up being a magnet for violence.
Well, what's going on around here is because I tell these guys, leave the civilians alone. There's a lot of panhandlers. There's a lot of transients. We have the Salvation Army down here. We have Cosgrove down here.
But why is that on you, Herb? Who deputized you to get out there and tell people to keep it on the straight and narrow? You're a big dude. I can't imagine a guy as tiny as that other guy would think that he would make any inroads with you.
Well, Alan, because I'm sick of the bullshit. I'm sick and tired of all the crime that's going on in my hometown. How's that?
So you're saying that? So do you fancy yourself like a vigilante or what?
No, I'm not a vigilante. I just don't like bad people. And I see there's a lot of people that are busting in from out of town to terrorize the residents.
Herb, none of that makes sense. They're not busing criminals into Cleveland to cause trouble downtown at 10 in the morning.
Well, listen.
Because I'll tell you what happened the next day, and I mentioned this on the show. I felt like another piece of the puzzle had kind of fallen in. I said, I think the big guy just likes to walk around and talk ish to people because there was a girl in front of our window the next day, and you said something to her, and she was on her phone, and she didn't know who you were, and she rolled her eyes and walked away. So I think you're walking around talking to people, and they don't want to hear it.
No, not at all, Alan. Not at all.
Okay.
But anyways, I just wanted to talk to you. I wanted to call the show because I heard that you had it on video. Are you there?
Who did you hear that from?
From a few friends that said I made the Alan Cox Show, and I said, "Oh, is that right?"
Yeah.
Well, the thing is this, Alan. I'm an older guy, and I'm not out here to cause any problems. I'm here to live a peaceful life.
How old of a guy are you, Herb?
Well, I'm about to hit the Swifty 50s.
Oh, you're younger than I am.
Well, I'm in my 40s. I'm in my late 40s.
Yeah.
And I've been in bus stops waiting to get on the bus to go to work. I've had guns pulled on me. I mean, I am sick and tired I'm sick and tired of it. I'm done with dumb, Alan. I'm not a bully.
Okay.
I'm far from a bully. And I'm tired of all the crime that's going on in our city. They're coming in off the house.
Yeah, but Herb, we're all tired of it, but we're not getting assaulted on the street in front of. I mean, we're all tired of it.
This guy. If you don't see the way do you see what a big guy I am? This guy was under the influence of drugs, PCP or crack or something. He was circling me. I was walking all the way down from Heinens, from 9th and Euclid, okay? And this guy, I've seen him multiple times circling me. And
but Herb, you weren't. Listen, I'll take your word for it. I don't know, obviously, what transpired, but I do know you weren't walking from Euclid and 9th. You were walking toward Euclid and 9th.
No, I was, well, you know, it's a blur, but I know I was walking one direction, and I know the guy assaulted me.
Okay. I do believe you were walking in one direction, yes.
Did you say...
If I would have hit him, if I would have hit the kid, I would have knocked him out.
But just to defend yourself, why wouldn't you have hit him? That fight was like Kevin Hart versus The Rock. Why wouldn't you defend yourself?
Because, listen, I don't want to get in trouble. I always catch the blame. When I knock someone out, it's going to be my fault. I'm the big guy. And I'm sick and tired of taking the blame on other people. They've always put the blame on me. I'm at the bar, someone puts a bottle over my buddy's head, and then I break up the fight, and I end up knocking the guys out. I'm the one that gets in trouble.
Okay, maybe you should hang out, Herb. Maybe you should hang out in some different spots.
What? I'm not allowed to walk on the sidewalk without being assaulted?
No, you're talking about being in a bar. You're talking about wherever you are, the way you describe it.
Old, Alan, 19. When I was 19 years old, 20 years old, Alan, back in the early 90s, a lot of stuff happened back then. But we didn't go out and just deliberately pick fights. I never go out and deliberately pick fights.
I'm not saying you do, Herb. I'm not saying you do, but the stories you're telling me is that everywhere you. Okay.
Your story, Alan. Your story is this, Alan.
Yeah.
You're running a talk show, and you took video of me, and I'm getting laughed at for not kicking the kid's butt. And that's why I didn't kick his butt, because I don't like hurting people. Maybe if you were 6'7", 300 pounds, maybe you'd feel the same way. God didn't put you in my shoes for a reason, because all the little people say, man, if I was your size, I would have kicked his butt. Well, it doesn't feel good to be beating up on people, and I don't like to do that. I was assaulted again by someone that doesn't live downtown. The police asked me if I wanted to press assault charges against them. I said, no, get them out of my city. That's why.
Okay.
And I see this video. You put it all.
I will take your word. I will take your word for it, Herb. I'll take your.
Take the video. You got almost 100,000 views on me. And here I am struggling to survive, do the next right thing, and I got to deal with criminals like this, breaking in the cars out here. You know how many people I know that live downtown, and they're sick and tired of it too?
I believe you.
There's too much bull crap going on, Alan.
I believe you, Herb.
Here comes things. It's the holiday season. They're out here robbing and stealing, and they're smoking crack.
Rhyming and stealing.
They are, Alan. Why don't you look at the crime reports, what's going on down here? They're breaking in the cars. There's so much crime going on down in this city, and no one's talking about it. Well, maybe this is.
You know, Herb, everybody's talking about crime in Cleveland. I don't know what you're reading, but it's not some deep, dark secret that there's a lot of crime in Cleveland. I mean.
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of people under the influence of drugs and alcohol.
You were carrying a case of Labatt Blue at 10 in the morning, Herb.
Well, he kept on asking me if he could have a beer. He kept on asking for a beer. I said, no, I'm not giving you a beer. I'm walking down the street minding my own frickin' business.
How did you say that to him?
What happens to me all the time.
Herb,
You're going to keep on seeing me. You're going to keep on seeing me, Alan, because I live here all my life.
Herb, how did you say that to him?
I walk downtown all the time. I exercise all over this town. I do laps all around this town. And I'm not drunk all the time, and I'm not drunk now.
Herb, how did you say, Herb,
what?
How did you, when he asked for the beer, how did you say no?
Well, I don't recall.
Were you aggressive about it?
I come off that way when I don't want to be talked to and bothered because I'm a big guy. I mean, I'm 6'7", 300 pounds, Alan.
No, I understand. Listen, Herb, you would know better than I what happened, and I appreciate your perspective, and I'm happy that you are committed to not getting in tangles with people.
Well, I didn't want to hurt him. You see, I didn't throw one punch at him. I could have punched him. I know how to swing. I was trying to block him. I couldn't believe how crazy he got. This guy went off the hook on me. Like a Tasmanian devil, he was swinging on me. And then I finally hooked him around with the DDT, and I brought him to the ground. And that's when we slipped up on the ground. And that's when the police rolled right up.
Listen, Herb, I like to take my pre-show constitutionals around the block here. So if I run into you, Herb, if I run into you, we'll nod and we'll keep walking, okay? Keep your nose clean out there.
Worry. I'm trying to, Alan. I love my city. Born and raised, it's my hometown. It's a lot of people's hometown. Over 35,000 residents, and we have to deal with the problems at Cosgrove, at Harbor Light, at the Salvation Army.
Yeah.
At Norma Hare, there's over 100 women in there that are homeless, and they're all out here spending their little checks on drugs. There's a huge drug problem down here. And they're out here smoking crack in the wide open, shooting heroin, smoking ice, and they're robbing and stealing.
Right.
And no one's talking about it.
I mean, you are.
In the cars. Well, I am talking about it because I'm fed up with it.
Understood.
And you know what's understood? This is divine intervention that you put this on there, and I'm on your talk show because it needs to be talked about. Enough's enough already. I'm done with dumb. I've had it up to here with the crime that's happening, and they're harassing innocent people. You don't know what's going on out here. I do, and there's big sets that don't like me around here because there's gangs, Alan. There's gangs around here, and it's
Are they busting the gangs in?
Happening. Well, listen, let me tell you something, Alan. They've been here. They've been here, Alan. They've been here, and there's a lot of money being made on illegal crime, okay? Well, crime is illegal. There's a lot of money being made on the drugs, Alan. Well, what do you think?
Herb, are you Herb?
Well, I'm flustered.
I understand.
I'm upset.
Herb, are you a married man?
No, I'm single with no children.
We got to get Herb hooked up with somebody. Listen, Herb, I've
makeover coming soon.
I've got to move on here, Herb. But
a makeover.
Herb, I got to move.
How about we go get a beer together at the Wild Eagle?
I do love the Wild Eagle. I do love the Wild Eagle. Listen, Herb, I got to move on, but I appreciate your time and be careful out there, okay?
Well, you guys too. Happy Thanksgiving.
All right, you too, Herb. There you go. There's little Herb who is out. Did he call himself Little Herb when he called Poundcake?
He said, I have a bigger guy in my family, and they call him Big Herb. I'm Little Herb.
Oh, he's Little Herb. Well, that was very enlightening for that guy to be checking in. That's the guy in the video, the big guy in the video.
He had to get it off his chest. It was bothering him. He was like,
I'd be hard-pressed to find any of it that makes sense, but, I mean, at least that's his...
This dude getting his slights in on me, and it looked like I'm a pussy live on Facebook. No, I got to call in.
He loves this city. He might not be the hero that this city deserves.
But it's the hero this city needs.
That's right. Okay, I got to move on. We're going to have Terry the Goat's Week 12 picks. We'll do a Hot Celebrity Goss with Perez Bilton coming up. And if you want to text for something, 35192 to do that.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Gross, sometimes insightful.
Rock.
And Alan Cox.
We're going to walk you through this valley of sadness.
Your FM home of the Cavaliers.
Cavs lead!
100.7
WMMS.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent, MazdaKent.com.
Slow internet is nonsense. Your business needs Spectrum Business. Thousands of independent tests confirm Spectrum delivers the fastest internet speeds in the nation. That's right, Spectrum delivers the fastest internet speeds in the nation. Switch to Spectrum Business today. You'll get proven fast internet and save money. That's no nonsense. That's Spectrum Business. Learn more at spectrum.com/business. Internet speeds based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test, intelligence data, U.S. media fixed download speeds for Q3 2022.
Jeff Kinsbach here with Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Store.
You're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 to text. Gonna get to Prez Bilton's Hot Celebrity Goss here in a minute. Mary's live in Nashville. It's her favorite. She kind of flips a coin between Hot Goss and the Friday Get Down as to which she enjoys more. You can leave messages on the iHeartRadio app, by the way, a little talkback button there.
Hey, dumbass Alan Cox. Try opening your ears and listening to someone else for once. This guy's actually telling the truth. There's a crime spree going on right now. Something to do with homeless people. Call it a homeless ring or something. They're breaking into tons of cars right now.
Yeah. There you go.
It's a bunch of illegal crime going on out there.
I like that he caught himself on that, though.
Yeah.
Well, all crime is
Little Herb. Right. Yes, no one's denying that there's crime, dummies. The point is that what I saw was a guy yelling at another dude. The guy that Herb said was attacking him or assaulting him was in front of him.
So does this...
He wasn't circling Herb and pushing him and giving him a hard, hey, man, you got any change? It wasn't that. The guy was 20 paces ahead of him.
So does this mean we have to pay attention to what happens before the video?
No, I don't care. Don't care.
Goes against the narrative.
What narrative? Two guys were fighting in front of my window and I filmed it. End of story. Full stop.
It was a mercy beating. The other guy didn't fight back because he would have beat the other guy's ass.
That's why I wanted him to tell me the story. And the story he was telling, he just flew in from out of town. He didn't even know which way he was walking.
That was like when I was a kid. I accidentally slapped my cousin in the face and I said my hand slipped. I didn't hit him. My hand slipped. I was walking and it just hit him across the face.
Homeless crime wave.
Yes,
are there people Are there people downtown who are on drugs? Yes. Are there a lot of yes. But somehow the bulk of us manage to make our way downtown on a variety of routes and not attract assault all the time. It sounds like everywhere he goes, somebody's getting punched.
Right. I'm a big guy.
I'm just having a drink with my friend and somebody else breaks a beer bottle over his head. Okay.
I'm a big guy that is walking around downtown a lot doing, shows, hilarities, going to Cavs games. And this is at night when you think the crime is happening and it's not happening.
No,
apparently it's all happening at 10 a.m.
Plenty of it does happen. But usually not just to one guy.
Right.
So
he doesn't want to take any responsibility, it seems like, for
again,
his role in it.
I don't know what happened, but I know the story he was telling. Strange credulity is all I'll say. So, but I'm glad he called. I'm glad we got to talk to Herb.
It was fun.
A lot of people listening are not glad I got to talk to Herb because it was hard to follow. But I like guys like that. I will tell you, we've been down here since mid-August. And I take my pre-show constitutional every day to kind of clear my head, get ready for the show, whatever it is, right? 10, 15 minutes every day. I have never seen Herb before that morning where he was out here fighting. So, yeah, I don't know what the situation was between the two of them. And he definitely didn't look like he was taking a swing against that little dude. But that also doesn't look like a tiny guy is not going to attack a big dude unprovoked. So, again, I don't know the situation. Honestly, don't care.
He just got off the drug bus, Alan. They bust him in, filled him full of drugs, and released him on the street.
He said he flew. He wouldn't tell me where he flew in from.
No, the little guy.
No, I know, but Herb was like, I just flew in, and I was going to get my beer. I'd like to know, whatever. No, I don't want people fighting. I don't want anything like that. You fight in front of my window? Yeah, I'm going to film it. So fight in front of somebody else's window. I mean, our window doesn't span the length of the building. It's a little frame here. Look at these ladies out here, right? They're getting their groceries out of their car. They're living a fine life. Nobody getting attacked from the curb to the front door. Do you want to do hot celebrity goss? Because I could really use a palate cleanser here.
Do I?
Yeah, okay.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Built-In. Ooh.
Mary wasn't dancing again.
Why would I?
What do you mean, why would you? Because the music is supposed to move you. The rhythm is going to get you.
It's the best part of the whole bit.
I have to save it all up. I have to save up the energy.
You're not dancing on stage.
Oh, she's got to save up the energy for tonight when my special comes out.
Yeah, that's when I'll be dancing.
All right. She's just dripping with contempt. She's just dripping with contempt.
All right, let's get things going. Mary, you know Jana Kramer, country
Never
music
heard of
singer?
him.
You've never heard of her?
Her.
Him?
Her.
Jana Kramer?
Jana Kramer.
Yes, I do know that.
Okay,
Yeah.
she's a country music
Foxy.
singer, and she recently shared a story about a few weeks that she was dating the world's sexiest man, Chris Evans. And Kramer said they went out a few times, they had some fun, she slept over once, and in the morning, she used the toilet, and then he used the toilet right after her, and she said that she never heard from him again, and she thinks it's because of her asparagus pee. But according to inside sources, Evans wasn't upset about the asparagus pee. He said the reason he didn't call her back was the unflushed mud pie she left in the bowl. According to Evans, it was a huge mud pie and it reeked. Evans said he couldn't even smell the asparagus pee because of the mud pie. She totally painted the bowl and didn't flush. She also ate a burger the night before that he ordered, but then she asked for a bite and then she ate the whole thing, which is probably why the mud pie was so significant.
Inside sources.
That Jana Kramer is pretty foxy, by the way.
She is. She's a cutie.
She's from the country music mecca of Detroit, Michigan.
All right. Kendall Jenner and Devin Booker have split up.
Who?
Devin Booker he's an NBA player. Kendall Jenner, I'm sure you know who she is.
Yeah.
Pepsi, I think, or one of those Jenner girls. Anyway, their rigorous schedules made it very difficult for them to meet up. He is an NBA player, and it's very hard for his schedule to find a place for Kendall, considering all the NBA road beef he's got to put it down on. But according to inside sources, another problem was Kendall left a huge mud pie in his bathroom.
Inside sources.
And then
it's spreading like wildfire.
Yeah, and then used too small of a slice of toilet paper to wipe. So
Slice.
yes. And finally, Love is Blind stars SK and Raven are donezo. The couple didn't go through with the wedding, but got back together after filming, which they announced on the reunion show, which aired 2 weeks ago. Then, just 2 weeks later, they announced that they've broken up. There's speculation of cheating and some sort of legal process happening, which we don't really have any details unless you're Perez Built-In, because according to inside sources, the pending situation between the two has to do with, you guessed it, an unflushed mud pie. SK says it was Raven's, but Raven says it was from the girl he cheated on her with. Either way, the whole situation stinks.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Built-In. Ooh.
I'm sensing a pattern there of, you're right.
I just collect the gossip. It just happened to be very mud pie heavy.
Very mud pie
Yeah,
heavy.
there's a lot of mud pie stuff, and that's what they were calling them.
Yeah.
It must be some sort of thing that celebrities are obsessed with the word mud pie and not flushing their mud pies. But, it is what it is. And now you got all that hot goss.
Inside sources.
I don't know if I've heard the word mud pie that frequently in any story.
Well, that's why it's strange. But that's probably why it is so believable, too. Because who would make up anything?
You know what they say, it passes the smell test.
That's right. And it didn't because it reeked.
That Jana Kramer, boy, she's a piece of work. She rebounded. She likes football players. She married a guy who played for DC. She rebounded with Jay Cutler. And, yeah, cute.
She takes huge mud pies and doesn't flush them.
You know what? This this whole mud pie thing. Poundcake, do you know what happened 59 years ago today? Of course you do. You know what happened 59 years ago today?
No.
November 22nd, 1963. In Dallas, Texas.
Oh, JFK got shot.
You are absolutely correct.
Ooh, the hottest president of them all.
Hotter than Obama.
Yes.
Really?
Wow.
He does like white boys.
He looked them.
Yeah.
He just
oh,
looked.
man. He played Obama like he
Yeah.
played his daddy. Ugh.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, JFK was definitely the hottest president, as hot presidents go.
Is young Biden? Is young Biden hotter than
That's not an option.
JFK?
That's not an option.
I'm not saying as presidents you can have but is young Biden hotter than young JFK?
Biden is hotter than young JFK, yes, but
I mean, Biden
didn't
was
get
what,
that.
probably 60 when JFK was president?
Yeah, right. 59 years ago.
Yeah.
He's like, I just retired.
My hair plugs were coming in nicely.
I just find that ironic. JFK
We
was
just got a color TV. No, they probably didn't even have that yet. No.
I think he was the hottest president of them all, and I just find that ironic that the hottest one got shot. Does that tell you something?
You didn't think?
Yeah, it tells you that no matter what you look like, you shouldn't mess around with the mob.
They're all jelly.
That's why they killed him, because they were jealous of his looks.
They were jelly, yes.
Yeah, he had 3 or 4 brothers that looked exactly like him.
And they killed them too.
They killed one or two. They killed.
Killed his son. Killed everybody. No kidding. What are you talking about?
Didn't kill his son. What son of his did they kill?
Didn't John die in a plane?
In a plane crash with his wife. They took out the wife. Yeah.
Yep. Because they have to
Yep.
have her as a, so it doesn't look suspicious.
They really want to get their hands on that George Empire. The History Channel has got 24 hours after the JFK assassination for people who want to pay attention to that. You know, we've gotten far enough away from the JFK assassination where it doesn't even, other than QAnon dopes who think like he's coming back to life or something, and that's a deep dive. Like the JFK assassination is so far in the rearview mirror with respect to conspiracy theorists. Although for a certain generation, you know, like boomers, my mom, that's a defining moment in their lives. That's the where were you when? For some people, it's 9/11. For my mom, it was where were you when Kennedy was shot? Because he was the first Catholic president. So it was a big deal. There were a lot of families, Irish families, that had like a picture of the Pope right next to a picture of Kennedy. That was my grandma's house. Pope, Kennedy. Kennedy, Pope. In her dining room. They loved JFK. And as you might have heard, he was blown away.
JFK blown away.
And then he went on to say some other things. But yeah, Poundcake nailed it.
What do you think life would be like if he was still alive? Like if he...
What would my life be like? It would be exactly the same if he was still alive.
I don't know if he would still be alive at this point.
He'd still be the president.
I'm saying had he, like, what if he got shot but, like, didn't die? I did watch that one movie.
You know, what if he was paralyzed or he's just a guy who got shot? Or...
Yeah, what would that teach us about society? Like,
Nothing.
What would that teach us?
We don't learn anything. Most people don't even want to know history. They're like actively avoiding history. No, we wouldn't have learned anything.
I did watch Zac Efron. You know, I'm glad he's getting away from these little pretty boy roles and taking on things more serious. He played the doctor.
Doesn't change his face.
Well, he did change his face, actually.
He said he broke his jaw or something. And when they had to reconstruct it, that's what it looked like.
I think he just he was so sick of banging all these hot chicks that he was just like, I'm so tired of it. I wanted something
that can get so tiring. Yeah. So tiring.
And so he just, they're never going to stop banging me.
Tired
so
of looking shredded and being...
making myself look ugly. He just made himself look ugly because he was
I think
tired.
he made himself sick from all the juicing he was doing.
You think that doesn't realign your chin?
It realigns everything.
Oh, man.
What about Zac Efron? You throw him in, we're talking about Kennedy. What?
Because he played the doctor in the movie, I forget what movie it was, but he played the doctor that operated on Kennedy after the assassination.
Ah. Okay.
So it was a really good movie. It was a really good role. I gave him credit.
Okay. trying to think of something I've seen him in and I liked. I mean, he played Ted Bundy, but that's not a lot of heavy lifting. I mean, Ted Bundy, they just needed a hot guy who could act.
It's called Parkland.
Okay.
What's that movie with him and Matthew Perry?
That's what I was thinking. 17
13
again?
Oh, God, yeah.
17 again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like the umpteenth reworking of Freaky Friday, right?
Yeah, and it was great.
Yeah. I like Neighbors.
They're all good.
That was good. Neighbors was funny with Seth Rogen.
What was that stupid movie isn't with De Niro?
Dirty Grandpa?
Dirty Grandpa. Oh.
Anywho, yeah, so the hell are we talking about? Zac Efron. What?
John F. Kennedy.
Oh, what if he were still alive, right?
What would we learn
your life
from
be
his
different?
assassination attempt?
Yeah, nothing. What did we learn from Reagan's assassination attempt?
How long did he stay in the hospital?
Who?
Reagan, when he got shot.
He wasn't in for long. James Baker got paralyzed.
Okay, well then I guess, yeah, we didn't learn nothing. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't learn nothing. Okay, listen, let me take a break here. I'm a little bit behind now, but we'll get to Terry the Goat's Week 12 picks. If you want to text for something, 35192. I'll come back with those WWE Holiday Live tickets for you. They're doing a show on the 28th of next month at the Romo Fijo. So all your favorite WWE superstars are going to get you through the week between Christmas and New Year's. So we'll do that coming back.
iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2023.
Presented by Capital One.
Is sold out.
Completely sold out.
Believe it, it's sold out in like It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. 'Cause I love you, Alan. And it's time to give stuff away.
Okay, let me get you a couple of tickets for the WWE Live Holiday Tour. It is Wednesday, December the 28th at the Romo Fijo. Some of your favorite WWE superstars, including Matt Riddle, Seth freaking Rollins, Raw Women's Champ Bianca Belair, Alexa Bliss, Asuka, and many, many more. RocketMortgageFieldhouse.com for all the details. Get the last pair from me this week. Good luck. WWE Live Holiday Tour. Ring in the new year with whatever. Couple of tickets here for you. Caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
We now return to something barely worth your time. Already in progress.
This literally means nothing to me.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Open wide for some soccer!
The Continental Soccer Association is coming to Springfield. It's all here. Fast kicking, low scoring, and ties. You bet. You'll see all your favorite soccer stars like Arriaga, Arriaga 2, Bariaga, Aruglia, and Pizzoza. Oh, I never heard of those people. And they'll all be signing autographs. Woohoo! This match will determine once and for all which nation is the greatest on earth, Mexico or Portugal.
Very exciting. Oh, my goodness. Not only is Cleveland going to be getting a new professional soccer team, but the World Cup has seen the biggest upset in World Cup history.
Ooh.
Hold on. Let me do it properly.
Do it proper.
The biggest upset in World Cup history. Is that better?
Yeah, it's very grandiose.
The biggest upset in World Cup history.
What?
The biggest upset? What the hell is that? The biggest upset in World... That sounds sick.
The biggest upset in... That's no good. I don't want that. The biggest upset in World Cup history. That kind of sucked. Saudi Arabia stuns Argentina and their star Lionel Messi.
That is a wild upset for sure.
2-1 win by the Saudis. They say it was one of the greatest humiliations in Argentina's history. That's how seriously these other countries take soccer. Is they go, this is one of the worst things to ever happen to this country, is to lose to Saudi Arabia. And so didn't Argentina have didn't they have dictators? Wasn't like Juan Perón a dictator or something in Argentina? And this probably ranks higher on their list of humiliations.
Man, I don't know a thing about Argentina. I do. The one thing I know is that they love soccer, and this is humiliating.
And you're not supposed. You are not supposed to cry for them. You know that.
Oh, I knew that. Yeah, I knew that one.
So if there are any tears falling over this massive historic upset, you do not cry for them.
No, don't cry for.
Oh, Evita Perón.
Yeah, Evita,
but don't cry Argentina.
Oh, they're crying
for her or for soccer. So for people who are paying attention to that, boy, that's very exciting. You know, it's good. The Saudis don't get a lot of positive press. This will go down as the biggest upset in World Cup history. They say Saudi Arabia, as far as the bookmakers were concerned, were plus 1,800.
Man, if
that means they were not expected. Yeah, if you picked Saudi Arabia, just as a goof, you're drunk. Saudi Arabia over Argentina. Let's see what they do. Lionel Messi, I think, is one of the most famous footballers in the world. Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. One of the biggest World Cup upsets ever. So there you go.
This has been
the Alan Cox Show, pandering to soccer fans.
Very exciting. You know who else had a big win? The San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, they did. Stupid jerks.
Quarterback Janine Garofalo throws. This was the Mexico City game. He threw 4 touchdowns.
I just needed him to not throw 4 touchdowns, and I would have won my fantasy league. But he had to throw 4 frickin' touchdowns. Way to go, Jimmy.
You might remember the name Colt McCoy.
Yeah.
He was drafted, I think, by the Cleveland Browns. Weren't the Browns his first team?
Yep.
And he's the backup quarterback because what's his name's out? Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
And so Colt McCoy, former Cleveland Brown, is the Cardinals QB, and they got humiliated. Now, it wasn't a Saudi Arabia over Argentina type thing, but the Cardinals got destroyed. 38-10 was that whole thing. You want Terry the Goat's picks, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
Terry the Goat's picks.
So, Mary, last week when we did this, I made my verbal approval or disapproval of the picks.
Oh, God, I forgot about this. Oh, no.
Are you doing that again?
Yes, because I think you'll like it. If you want to join in.
I like almost nothing that you do, so we'll see how this goes.
Just dripping with contempt this
She
one.
just really
Just
does
dripping
not
with
support
contempt.
or
Good
care for it.
grief.
Really-
It's all art. It's in the ears of the beholder.
When he said he was going to do it, you said, "Oh dear God."
Yes,
I forgot. Are we
because
really
I was
doing
in
this?
I
Don't
was
come at
in
me.
anticipation of you getting as creamy as I did.
Oh, sure.
Football all the way, football all the way. Yeah, I wouldn't say football all the way, football all the way, football all the way. Yeah, I wouldn't say football all the way.
All right, doing a little bit early this week. Usually we'll get the video from Al Marcinek, who is our bureau chief, runs Marcinek Farms out there in Carlton, Pennsylvania. Usually send the video on Wednesday and the pics on Thursday. This week, obviously, we're gone the rest of the week for the holidays, so he was kind enough to send them early. The pics are posted for you at the Alan Cox Show Facebook page if you want to get the jump on them.
Here we are in Carlton, Pennsylvania, where Terry is working diligently, selecting her teams for Week 12 of the NFL season. She decided to wear her Cleveland Browns jersey today to show her support for the Cleveland Browns since they've had a couple rough weeks. So she is making her selections now. She's digging through and making her selections, and her selections will be posted on Tuesday.
That Terry's a good-looking goat, boy. As far as livestock goes,
Oh, okay.
she's quite a handsome animal. I'm telling you. Okay, here are your picks. She did pick 10 games total.
All right.
Including the Cleveland Browns. She picked the Denver Broncos over the Carolina Panthers.
Oh, yeah.
Ew.
It's going to get worse before it gets better.
Stop that noise.
She picked the Jacksonville Jaguars over the Baltimore Ravens.
Is this supposed to be helping?
You tell me.
I don't like that pick.
You're going to want to talk to the guy who's really, really excited
Sounds
about that.
constipated.
He is constantly trying to improve. Terry picked the Miami Dolphins over the Houston Texans.
Oh, yeah.
Bill, that's so off-putting. It's so uncomfortable.
What?
It is?
What?
Oh, really?
Come on now. You must be kidding me.
Wait, you
Somehow you don't approve of his orgasmic postscripts?
Yeah.
I just like the picks I like, and I don't like the picks I don't like, all right?
Terry picks, where did I leave off? Titans, Bengals?
Oh, you didn't do that one yet.
Picks the Titans over the Bengals. That is bordering on constipation. She picks the DC over the Falcons, your Washington Commanders over the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, yeah.
Picks your Los Angeles Chargers over the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, yeah.
That is more of a bolt-up type situation there.
I'm going to puke. I feel sick.
She picks the LA Rams over the Kansas City Chiefs.
Squeezing out a mud pie.
That's right.
Back to the mud pies. Call back.
You're getting it.
She picks the New Orleans Saints over the 49ers. See, this would be easier if there was like a code breaker that went along with what each of these noises corresponds to.
I say, oh,
I don't
yeah,
know
or
if Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty obvious.
She picks the Green Bay Packers over the Philadelphia Eagles. Huh. All right, and finally, Browns are playing Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on Sunday. And Terry the Goat chooses the Cleveland Browns over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Drop kick me, Jesus, through the goalposts of life. End over end, neither left nor to right. Straight through the heart of them righteous uprights. Drop kick me, Jesus, through the goalposts of life.
So you can find the pics posted at the Alan Cox Show Facebook page. Those are all there for you. And maybe there'll be Saudi Arabia over Argentina level upset. Maybe. I mean, wouldn't the Packers kind of stink this season? Aaron Rodgers may have seen his best days. So Packers over the Eagles might not be an earth-shattering upset, but it would be a pretty big one. Browns over the Buccaneers? What am I saying? Browns over the Buccaneers would be the upset of the week.
I don't know, because the Buccaneers haven't had a real great season either.
No, but it's Tom Brady, and we're the Cleveland Browns. I mean, anyway, there's that.
What's their record right now?
The Buccaneers?
The Buccaneers.
I don't know. I'd have to look.
Oh, I'm going to look.
Oh, by the way, thank you, Devotion to Accuracy, for the person who hit me up when I mentioned that we were talking about the Reagan assassination. And I said that James Baker had been paralyzed. It was not James Baker. It was James Brady. James Baker had...
Oh, the Brady Bill, yeah.
Brady Bill, that's right. James Baker had been Reagan's chief of staff, and I think James Brady was Reagan's press secretary. And he was the one that got the bullet. What's that?
The Buccaneers are 5-5, so they're not setting the world on fire this year.
Right.
So...
Well, yeah, I think that
game.
That divorce took a lot out of him. That was playing out in public.
And he didn't get from me. So that's probably going to disappoint him and probably lead to him losing.
Alan, Argentina harbored a lot of Nazi war criminals. That is true.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
South America became a huge Nazi haven. You know, the guys that didn't get jobs as rocket scientists here in the United States, they scuttled off to Argentina to live long lives and die as old men, just as God intended. Do you want, I've got a lot of messages, as you might suspect, from Jenna.
Oh, yeah. Give us a Jenna.
Let me find a Jenna for you. Jenna is out in Poland, Ohio, and she's the one that I used to refer to as the caller because I didn't know her name. And then she called live one day, and we got talking to her, but she still calls a lot, leaves a lot of voicemails. When I come in and check the after-hours line in the morning, there's always a couple dozen. So if I ever get a chance to talk to her live again, I'd like to know a day in the life, quite frankly.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
Things that I'm thankful for. I'm thankful that I'm smart. I'm thankful for my sunglasses. I'm thankful for the Alan Cox Show. I'm grateful for my picture of my friend Gil.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
That's sweet. We made the cut. Very sweet.
Us and Gil.
And Gil. Mm-hmm. Why should Gil be left out? The old Gil. She's thankful for this show. Thankful for her sunglasses. And thankful for her friend.
But wait, who's her best friend?
Darnell.
She wasn't on the list.
Are they best friends?
She has referred to him as her best friend. Maybe she just figured it was implied.
It was a given.
Maybe she wanted to shout out some things that don't often get her approbation.
She didn't say she was thankful for her friend Gil. She said she was thankful for a picture of
Picture
her
of
friend
Gil.
Which is
so she might not like him, but
interesting.
really like the picture.
Considering two of those things on the list have to do with things she likes to look at, or
Yeah,
one,
she's legally blind. Yeah.
but her sunglasses and her picture of Gil are things she's thankful for. So I guess even if you have a tough time seeing, you still prefer to see things.
Mm-hmm.
And you
prefer to see things, yes. I think
that was a pound cake type thing to say. You're right.
Yeah.
Taking my job, Bill. We already discussed this. I need my job.
Well, listen, judging from people's texts, the audience is very excited about the new developments with Terry the Goat's picks. For the love of God, don't let Bill do that dumb shrimp again. Oh, God, not with this groaning and moaning again. Tell Mary to do the noises instead of Bill.
Nope, that's not funny. It's not funny if she does it.
We don't need everyone getting all juiced up out there.
Having all their discharges.
Yeah.
Stop it. What? You insist on being so gross all the time.
These are just regular words. I can't help that you're sensitive because you're so prude.
You're going to pull an Alan. I'm sorry you feel that way.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry that you don't like the word discharge, even though it's one of the sexiest words on the planet.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Ryan.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Alan. This is Ryan. I'm the duct tape car guy.
Okay.
I was wanted to call to tell you, it might not be on your radar, but an actor by the name of Jason David Frank died over the weekend.
Yeah, we talked about it.
He was...
Yep, talked about that in yesterday's show. They determined that he hanged himself after an especially contentious argument with his ex-wife.
That sucks.
Yep, hanged himself in his
was
hotel
she
room.
That sucks. Yeah, I didn't get those details yet. They were, the nerd communities are trying to keep it on the down low. He was pretty well loved.
They're trying to, it's a big story. They're trying to keep it on the down low.
Number one on TMZ.
Well, but then I haven't followed the main news outlets for it. I've just been kind of speaking in groups with fans. So
That's okay.
The fans themselves are trying to be respectful.
Oh,
but
I see. No,
that-
I fully understand that. Like I said yesterday, I didn't watch that show, but his was the only name I knew because he was a regular at Comic-Cons and things. So it's like I knew who that was. I would not have known if they had named another cast member in that show. I wouldn't have known, but I knew his name. So that.
Nerd alert! Nerd alert! Nerd alert!
Thank you, Ryan.
Army Hammer's dad died.
Armand Hammer Sr., heir to the baking soda fortune?
Michael Armored Hammered.
Oh, say again?
Michael Armand Hammer.
Michael Armand Hammer. Yeah.
Armored Hammer.
Armand Hammer.
Right. Did Army Hammer reserve a piece for himself, or are they going to cremate him? Or
I don't think he likes to eat dudes. He's not gay.
That would be gay. He's just a cannibal, Alan. That's just his...
Alleged cannibal. Cannibal fantasies. I got to take a break. If you want to text for anything, 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com to watch live. And you can listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7.
is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. These guys are coming in the spring. I think they're on that Spirit Box gig at the House of Blues. It'll be a good show. AlanCoxShow.com. You want to watch live there? You can certainly do it if you like. Thank you once more to Hank Sgiving, who was helping out in the video department back there. Boy, oh boy, do people not like Bill's moans. in Terry the Goat's.
I got messages that people love them. I got a bunch of people saying they love the moans.
You want to hear somebody really angry about it?
Yeah, I heard Mary.
Yeah.
You want to hear a message off the iHeartRadio app?
Let's do it.
Hey, there's Lil Herb.
Oh,
Lil Herb's right there.
Is he out there?
Yeah, he's out there.
Is he fighting somebody?
Stay cool.
He's fighting the window.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, let's hear this
Bill,
one.
out of all the lame things you've done in the last 9 years, that making orgasm sound effects during the GOAT's football picks is the lamest, unfunniest, dumbest fucking thing you've ever done. Please don't do it again, you fat diabetic turd. Bye.
That's only going to make me do it more. Also, I don't have diabetes.
By the way, that guy is taking a break from tearing me a new one, calling Mary the C word. That's all this guy does is leave constant messages on the app. Just tearing one of us a new one. I think he's spared Poundcake so far, so that might tell you which way his Peter teeters. But, I mean, I think that, but usually it's anti-Mary, anti-me. Bill got some shrapnel there.
But he doesn't like anything that I've done on the show, it sounds like.
I don't know about that, but I mean.
Well, he said
definitely...
like all the lame things that you've done on the show over 9 years. Obviously, he's keeping track. He listens to the show every day. It doesn't matter what we do. You're going to keep listening because you love us. You just don't know how to express it because you're a damaged boy. And here's one more for you. Oh, yeah.
Jesus. We almost got out alive. We almost got out.
I'm so glad I'm not a person like that. That's just so wrapped up in anger and just so unhappy.
What's going on?
Can you imagine
man?
being
Just
that unhappy?
Well, I'm always
so
worried about.
happy.
I'm always worried about people like that. I'm like
so angry.
I'm happy to give you a place to vent, but holy
why are you
cow.
so angry? We're having fun. We're goofing around. It's a silly bit where we have a goat pick the teams. Why not make it a little sexy too?
Anytime you want to do that, by the way, feel free.
I did.
I got no problem with making things sexy.
I made it sexy.
Yeah. It's something.
Real sexy.
Yeah.
Oh, those angry people.
Very angry.
Ooh, we're getting close.
Diabetes?
Well, I mean, knocking on the door. But my special.
Oh, yeah. Well, tell everybody, because it happens tonight, yeah?
Tonight, 9 p.m. on my YouTube channel, Pure BS premieres, and I'm very excited for it. I think it's very funny.
Now, this
It's
is a
very
live premiere
different.
that people can watch along with you?
Yeah,
Is
they
it
can-
going to be like a Mystery Science Theater type thing?
So it's, I mean, not really. They can comment. It's going to be similar to, it's a live global broadcast.
Hey.
Where it premieres, there's a live chat in it, so you can tell me what jokes you like, what jokes you don't like. It's very different than the moans and groans. It's not sexy like that. It's jokes.
Now, let me ask you this. Will you, if there's a sizable, well, you run analytics on it,
Mm-hmm.
and if there was a sizable number of people who said they didn't care for one particular joke, would you do the Squire edit of Pure BS and post that and then like winnow it down? You know how like when you're first starting out, you're recording every set because you want to know where the laughs are, you don't want to know where they're not, and then you tighten it and you tighten it and you tighten it. Will there be a Squire cut
If anything,
will you crowdsource people's criticism?
No, because
or compliments.
This is the cut. This is what
This
it
is the cut. Okay.
And I do have some other outtakes that I'm going to release with some crowd work and stuff like that. But this 44 minutes is the special. That's what it is. And it's jokes. It's very joke heavy, a few stories, but a lot of it's just jokes. And I think it's good. And this is the one thing I think that Mary does like that I do.
What?
Stand up. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're good at stand up. It's everything else about you that I
It's everything else.
No, I was there for one of the tapings. I think I was there Saturday night or Friday night. It was awesome. It was. It's a really good hour or 45. It's great. Everybody should definitely check it out.
I'm very excited.
So you can attest.
Yeah.
And what he's saying
is true.
Is 100% correct and not pure BS.
Hey.
Oh, there it is. Done some podcasts to help promote it. Did Bobby Kelly's podcast. You know what, dude? I did an episode of Chad Daniels' podcast today. That was fun. That'll be out next Monday. Did a podcast with these guys. It's called the Boogered Up Podcast. And they're out near Sandusky in Clive, Ohio.
Now, did you think that was
so fun?
Did you think that was a foodie podcast?
Because I eat boogers. Yes, I was all excited. I'm like, oh, they must have heard that I eat boogers.
Yeah,
and they're like, well, we got to have this guy on.
Yeah,
but they're just some.
It's not you and Booger McFarland.
No, it's just
all right.
A few guys out there in Clyde, Ohio, and really,
Clyde the Slide, Ohio.
Really fun, yes, really fun podcast. And then I also did the Barstool Cleveland podcast with Brian Kenny and Will Burge.
Oh, how's Will Burge doing?
He's doing good.
I haven't seen that dude in a long time.
And he's doing good, and they're
Good
doing
for him.
fun stuff over there on Barstool, and love seeing Brian Kenny.
He's
one
the
of my
best.
Best buds. So hopefully people will check it out and
9
watch
o'clock
it.
tonight.
And it's free. All you got to do is watch it. That's all you can do. Watch the whole thing.
On the YouTube.
Watch the whole thing, and then maybe tell some other people to watch it. That would be awesome.
Now, suggest that other people watch it or tell other people to watch it.
I would like a genuine, if you enjoy it, say, hey, you should also check this out.
Mm-hmm.
That word of mouth thing is real big for a special like this, doing a self-released podcast. Or not podcast, but I'm going to do my podcast first, and then we're going to have a watch party here with AJ and Tommy and Joe Briggs, who's going to be on my podcast this week. And
Joe Bob Briggs?
No, just Joe Briggs. He's a comedian in town, and he did what's the Scotland festival?
Oh, the Cats.
Edinburgh Fringe Fest.
Oh, Edinburgh Fringe Fest.
Yeah, he did some Fringe Fest stuff out there. We're going to talk about that and just his burgeoning comedy career and just what a sweet, funny, nervous boy he is.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, check out the special tonight, 9 p.m. Bill Squire on YouTube.
Alan, your conversation with Herb was ridiculous. In your effort to make him look like a jerk, it actually had the opposite effect. You came off as the jerk. Herb just walked by our studio and waved and high-fived, and why am I the dick? I'm trying to get to the bottom of what's going on with this guy. Herb came off as credible and someone who loves this. Oh, this is somebody who's like slobbing Cleveland's knob. I'm not sure if you know what credible means.
I don't know if he's credible.
Just because he may have a different lifestyle than yours doesn't make him a reprobate. That's a good word. He made perfect sense. And yeah, this is one of these people texting me who think that there's like a serial killer around every corner. When you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. I get it. Your aggressive and smug attitude toward him was uncalled for, and I'm guessing PO'd a lot of people besides myself. People are always speaking for other people. You're speaking for yourself. Like, I only speak for me. I don't tell you what I think and then go, and a lot of other people think so too. What do I care what other people think?
Well, that's how they justify the anger or
but it's okay
opinions
if you
they have.
But it's okay if you have your own opinion. You don't have to justify anything.
But they want strength in numbers. They feel
but that's silly.
Well, that's how insecure they are.
I've been a fan and listened just about every day, but I couldn't let this pass. Well, I appreciate that. It's a free exchange of ideas around here. All right, well, I respectfully disagree with you. Tell Bill I'm being a true booster for his special, but I don't like the moans and groans.
Well, I appreciate that. And sorry that I turned you on in a place of work, probably. That's probably why you don't like them.
Turned you on at a place of work.
Do that, oh, yeah, moan, and you're at work, and then all of a sudden you're all jazzed up. You're like, I can't do anything with this right now. I'm at work.
Yes.
That's what it's got to be.
I got to keep this concealed weapon in its holster. Alan, I disagree with that loser. Herb sounded like a bum. Well, those are two opposite ends of the thought spectrum there.
But does this person have other people vouching for their opinion? That's what I want to know.
Don't know. I don't know about that. But that's fine. That's good. My point was I was having a hard time assembling what he was telling me into a story that made sense to me. But I appreciate him calling. Like I said, he's still out there. He's standing right there. See, when it gets really dark now, it's hard for us to see what's going on outside. Everybody can see us because we're lit. We just see reflections. So it's hard to see what's going on out there. But he's out there. He's got a beer.
You just drink on the street like that?
No, you cannot.
I'm like,
this guy. Yep. Yeah, okay. Yeah. God bless you.
He can't hear us.
God bless you.
Yeah, stop banging on the glass, man.
Oh, because they're playing Christmas music now.
Yeah.
I thought I was talking to him for a second. I forgot.
They don't even care about us.
No, we can say anything we want to.
I don't. Listen, God
He's a big guy.
Big dude. God bless him. Oh boy. Listen, the Charlie Brown Thanksgiving special is not on network TV this year. A lot of people wait for this. The Charlie Brown Thanksgiving. You got to have Apple TV.
What's it called again? Is it called You're a Turkey Cuck, Charlie Brown?
Turkey cuck. Bill, what would a turkey cuck sound like? No, the goat stuff.
Oh, the goat stuff?
Yeah,
okay.
Noises that everybody
that
loves.
one. I guess that's the turkey that would make that noise. All right, every once in a while I swing and miss.
It's okay. Here, I'll
Let's try it again.
Yeah, hold on.
What would a turkey cook sound?
Turkey cook sound like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Ugh. I don't have turkey here. I just have other animals. Turkey? I don't have a turkey. Thought I did. Boy. Hey.
That's a dolphin.
That is a bald eagle, smartass.
Oh. Don't come at me like
God,
that.
Mary doesn't even
you can come
know.
at all of us.
She doesn't even know her brief animal noises. She doesn't even know.
Everyone knows that's a bald
Everybody
eagle.
knows that's a bald eagle. That's right.
Like a bald eagle to me.
Yep.
Eagles
What
are
animal is this, Mary?
Oh, man, I don't even know.
A pathetic
goat.
twink.
You know what that is. A goat? No. This is a goat. There you
I
go.
thought that was a sheep.
That's a goat.
Mm-hmm.
What is this?
Moo.
Oh, Contented Little Grace.
If you guys make some type of toy for kids to learn their noises, I want in.
I'm sorry?
You know how you have like those little toys where it's a...
The speak and spell. Or the barnyard. We did that bit.
I want my residual.
Years ago. Residuals?
Bro, you don't own any
what
of this.
Residuals?
This is all owned by iHeart, bro.
Yeah. This is barely intellectual property.
It's not intellectual.
That's right. Lacking intellectual property.
You mean I don't own my masters?
Nope, because you didn't sign an NDA.
That's right. Owns his master.
Day's never finished. Master got me working. Someday Master set me free.
Anyway, back to Charlie Brown Thanksgiving. This thing is 50 years old. And used to be on CBS every year. And not this year. You got to have Apple TV. So it makes people mad these days. People get increasingly angry when they're like, what do you mean I got to have a streamer? I'm not subscribed to enough things. I mean, no matter what you subscribe to, I'm sure I'm not alone well, of course I'm not alone, but we're all getting emails just kind of blithely informing us that the price is going up. Mm-hmm. They're like, hey guys, FY-izzle, we're jacking up the rate again, $5 because
we can.
Because we can. We dare you to cancel.
I don't like that, and there's a lot of people that agree with me.
Yeah. It's like Twitter. Trent Reznor got off Twitter. And then Elon Musk called him a crybaby. And Jack White got off Twitter. And I'm wondering if anyone who's on Twitter has their deactivation point. Do you have your deactivation point? Because I thought about this. I thought maybe just on a whim, I'll deactivate Twitter. And then I realized I didn't care that much. So as of yet, I'm still on there. But people are bailing on Twitter because either they don't like Elon Musk, they're pissed that he let Trump back on, or Kanye, or strangely enough, he's not letting Alex Jones back on Twitter, which people are correctly pointing out just means that it has nothing to do with free speech. It's just people that Elon Musk either does or doesn't like. And he said he won't let Alex Jones on because he doesn't like what he says. And Elon Musk says that he will be the content moderator over at Twitter.
If he owns the platform, that's something you can do.
That's right. But he should be honest about the fact that it has nothing to do with free speech. He's like, free speech. It's got nothing to do with that. He's a crazy rich dude who somehow wants people to think he's cool and funny.
It's smart.
You would think being rich, well, he is smart, but you would think that being rich was enough, but he's very much not cool or funny. At least Zuckerberg knows he's a nerd, and he knows that's how he got rich, right? Instead of going to parties, he was holed up in his room making Facebook because he didn't have friends and girlfriends. Elon Musk, like, hey, I'm a cool guy. Let this sink in. And he's carrying a sink. Like, it's okay.
Oh, I finally get it.
It's okay to just, be a dork, But I wonder if people have, a deactivation point. And again, a lot of people don't care about Twitter because they're not on it. I think we overestimate how many people. It's not even one of the top 10 most used platforms. It's like barely the top 20 globally. And they determined that 95% of the tweets come from 25% of the people that are on there.
I don't even remember my last tweet that I sent.
I still have fun with it. I'll pop stuff out. But if you're paying attention, you can kind of see in real time the degradation of this platform. So I just wonder if people care. I don't know that everyday people care enough. I think most people would be like, yeah, I'll get off Twitter. I don't care. Don't care. I'm not there yet, but I was like, I wonder what would get me there. I wonder if anything would get me there. Because I don't care who's on it. I'm not going to get mad because he's letting people back on the platform. I mean, internationally, that kind of stuff really does as far as disinformation and misinformation, that really does have huge consequences. But for our purposes, where we're just dicking around on Twitter, it's another thing entirely. The stakes are not high for people like us.
And you really do curate your own algorithm to the point where I just see mostly sports and entertainment stuff.
My Twitter is entirely porn.
Exactly.
But it's not.
Well, it's funny because in the 24 hours that he started that blue check mark or whatever before he suspended it, all those people that were going for the blue check mark for $8 a month or whatever, they said that the vast majority, they said they weren't parody accounts. It was mostly crypto, far right-wing nonsense, and porn.
Well, yeah, it's not even I wish
which is 100% predictable.
I wish I could blame it on the algorithm. It's literally just accounts that I follow. It's just I'm afraid. It got to the point now where I'm afraid to open up Twitter in public because I'm afraid I'll accidentally hit the volume. So work is a no-no. I don't ever open up Twitter at work. I don't ever open up Twitter if I'm in a public place. Like Twitter is.
Yeah, but Twitter is different. Like Instagram suggests accounts to you. Twitter doesn't do that. So Twitter is, as I understand it, unless I'm missing something, Twitter is all who you follow.
No, that's
Instagram is like,
Yeah,
hey,
that's
you
who he
might like
follows.
this.
Yeah.
These are important, but I'm
You're
saying,
not going to see anything on Twitter you don't want to see, unless you go into like the trending, you know.
But that's not true though, because like it's people that I follow, but then they'll retweet. Just literally people just smashing and
No, I understand, but those are still people you follow.
I know.
So
but
you might get into their time, you might get into their bloodstream, but you could easily unfollow them and you wouldn't see stuff that they like.
I know. But I just, again, it's one of those things where I'm not on it enough to care, but I just know that that's a rule to not open it up in a public place. Anywhere where it might be inappropriate, where they might hear some smushing sounds, like don't open up Twitter, because that's literally all it is.
Slapping sounds.
Smushing sounds. Jesus. Oh, God.
That's Poundcake's Twitter.
Yeah, and he's sitting there opening.
People came all over me.
That's no good.
And it all slides around and it mushes out and nothing stays where it's supposed to stay.
Yeah. Somebody standing next to Poundcake there. Is that the Mary Santora that you're looking at?
That's your butt.
Yeah.
Your slippery, slidey butt.
I got a break. You want to get the last word in before we split? Please do. Send a text 35192, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.